Chapter 1. Transmigrated as a female. Mother, my sister hasn't woken up since falling into the water last night. She isn't dead, is she? Don't panique. She's still breathing. I'll help her sit up now. Hurry and feed her the medicine. Ugh. A large amount of water was poured in, ice cold and carrying a fishy smell upon swallowing. Stimulated by this, Feng Si, who was previously half conscious and half dazed, instantly opened her eyes. She saw a porcelain bowl being taken away from her sight. Raising her gaze and following the hand holding the bowl, she saw a red-haired girl in a white, fitted long dress staring at her with wide eyes. Then, a voice filled with pleasant surprise rang out in front of her. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. Feng Lian looked at her sister, forgetting to set the porcelain bowl she was holding aside, her face showing the lingering fear from the shock. Who is she? Feng Si's mind was a blur. She couldn't find any memory related to the girl in front of her. She looked up, about to ask, when she belatedly realized she was being supported by someone. She turned her head to look. She saw a middle-aged, red-haired female holding her shoulders. Meeting her gaze, the person let go and pressed her back down onto the stone bed, speaking with a tone of complaint. Feng Si, as a female, you shouldn't run around everywhere. If your older brother hadn't been watching this time, you would have drowned. Drowned? What? What's going on? Feng Si only remembered returning to her hometown for summer vacation, helping her paternal uncle with farm work for several days. Then, she drank a cup of ice water right at noon. The heirloom jade ring on her chest turned cold, and she blacked out. Now, she was woken up again by cold water, and her head began throbbing violently because of the memories. She subconsciously raised her hand to cover the side of her head. For a moment, she had no energy to examine the two red-haired females in front of her. Her eyes glazed over from the pain. This silent, downcast appearance was interpreted by the two as docile and obedient. The middle-aged, red-haired Feng Huan sat by the stone bed and looked at Feng Si, saying, although you are a female with low-level fertility, your life is still very precious to the beast god. The forest is so dangerous, don't sneak out again. Her eyes held reproach, and her voice became stern. Your beast father is dead, but you are not young anymore. Don't make me worry anymore. You should learn more from your older sister. I don't expect you to find a powerful beast man and give birth to powerful descendants to support your 7 older brothers, but you should at least be sensible. Here, the male beasts of the beast tribe have evolved into the highly intelligent rulers of this planet. They can switch freely between human and beast forms because of their innate violent bloodline. The stronger their battle power, the more aggressive they become. Constantly being immersed in emotions of violence and bloodlust, their rationality gradually breaks down, causing their minds to lean toward primitive bestiality, focused only on killing. Only combining with a female's pheromones can soothe them. Furthermore, since only females can give birth to powerful bloodlines, the social status of females is extremely high. In a world where male beasts outnumbered females, Feng Huan, as a rare female, married 4 male beasts, but unfortunately, only gave birth to 9 descendants in her life. 5 subfemales and 2 beast men were all mediocre in strength. Fortunately, she gave birth to 2 females. Although her youngest daughter was identified at the sacrificial hall after adulthood as a low-level female in fertility, her eldest daughter was in existence with high-level fertility. Female fertility classification is divided into 4 levels. So, even if none of her sons were powerful, her family could still live in the forest when she got older, thanks to her eldest daughter's status. Feng Si. Wait. Feng Si suddenly jolted. Beast men and females? What is this? Did I transmigrate into a beast man world? Is this the beast man world where animals seen in modern times can transform into humans? Is it the world from beast man novels where one can enjoy happiness just by giving birth? It must be a dream. She lowered the hand covering her head, lay down on the rock-hard stone slab, and avoiding reality, pulled a brown blanket over herself and peacefully closed her eyes again. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Feng Lian placed the porcelain bowl in her hand on the side of the stone bed, walked over to stand beside Feng Huan, and said in a soft, weak voice, Mother, my sister's fertility is naturally not as good as mine, so don't pressure her anymore. am not doing this for. Feng Huan stopped halfway through her sentence, glanced at Feng Si lying on the stone bed, glared, and swallowed the rest of her words. Feng Si was suffering from back pain caused by the uneven stone slab beneath her. Her attempt to pretend she was dreaming was shattered by the pain, and her heart felt like it was breaking too. She really wasn't in the mood to deal with these two, whoever they were. She opened her eyes again, turned her head expressionlessly, and said, "Both of you leave. I need a moment." Seeing Feng Si lying on the bed looking pale and unwell, the two said nothing more, and turned to leave. The bright white sunlight pierced through the thick cloth curtain hanging over the window and scattered onto the brown wooden floor. In the small, dimly lit room, one could see everything at a glance. The stone bed, which took up half the room, was piled with two soft brown blankets. A low wooden cabinet was placed at the foot of the bed. Other than that, there was hardly any furniture, suggesting poverty everywhere. Feng Si surveyed the bare room, impatiently propped herself up with her hands, and moved her limbs, which had gone numb from lying down for so long. After recovering a bit, she raised her hand to touch her chest where she had previously worn the jade ring. She didn't feel the jade ring, but a space the size of a watermelon suddenly appeared in her mind, and she simultaneously understood the reason for her presence here. She had died instantly because she drank ice water while sweating profusely, seeking relief from the heat. The jade ring on her chest was originally created by her ancestor, who possessed space ability, and was left for future generations. Sensing the loss of her life, it activated space travel at the critical moment, bringing her to this beast world. So I really died? No way. It was just a cup of ice water. This is so unfair. I don't want this space, I want to go back. I want my online world. Jade ring, please send my soul back. Feng Si, who had just begun experiencing the joys of university life, was going crazy. As she spread her hands and prayed toward the ceiling, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure peeking in at the cave entrance. Feng Luan, as the sister only 1 year older, had a pair of movable gray wolf ears atop her short red hair. The girl's almond-shaped brown eyes revealed deep confusion. Does your chest hurt from the water intake? No. Feng Si quickly lowered her hands. Hearing Feng Si's reply, Feng Luan complained slightly. Then what were you yelling about? Our family is poor, and we don't have sub-female slaves to order around. You are a female and don't need to work, but I still have to grind grain to cook. Mother told me to watch you, saying if something happens to you again, she won't forgive me. Feng Si's sad thoughts about her transmigration shifted to horror regarding the current world. This is still a slave society, treating their own kind as private property. Their lives dependent on the owner's mood? Chapter 2. Lying flat. Feng Si got up from the bed with a complicated expression, put on the shoes placed by the bed, and walked towards Feng Luan, the gray-eared girl at the door. Having just transmigrated to an unfamiliar world and knowing nothing about it, instead of making fearful, baseless guesses, it was better to find someone to inquire about information here. She looked at Feng Luan in front of her, her gaze subtly falling on her fluffy gray ears. She should be her family. Feng Si forced a smile. I'll help you grind the grains. Huh. This was unexpected for Feng Luan. Mother had previously instructed her to keep an eye on Feng Si, and not let her go out. She turned her head and looked around. The window at the end of the corridor was open, and sunlight streamed in. The doors of the 4 rooms in the corridor were all tightly shut. At this time, the sub-female sisters had gone hunting with their brother, and Mother and Feng Lian were taking a nap, waiting for her to finish cooking. Now someone was offering to help, and it was Feng Si, who had always looked down on her and never called her sister. You said it yourself. Come with me. Feng Luan, who didn't feel much familial affection for Feng Si, said as she put down the cloth curtain and turned to walk forward. Feng Si quickly followed, walking behind Feng Luan, and observing as she went. The houses here were built with bluestone, with yellow mud filling the gaps between the round stones. Her living quarters were on the 2nd floor with a total of 5 rooms. Following the wooden stairs down to the 1st floor, besides 4 rooms downstairs, the empty living room in the middle of the house was probably the kitchen, because Feng Luan stopped there with her. A long dining table was placed in the middle of the room, and a square stove was built against the wall, with a deep black iron pot resting on it. Large and small plates were arranged on the 60-yard cabinet on the wall. As crude as ever, Feng Luan carried a stone mortar to a corner of the house, and scooped a large spoonful of yellow granular food, similar to grain, from a half-human-tall wooden bucket. While she was busy, Feng Si turned around and walked to the main door to look outside. Green weeds clogged the entire doorway. Further away, towering trees stretched densely, seemingly without end. This place is built deep in the mountains? Feng Si, what are you trying to do? Turning her head, she saw Feng Luan clinging to the door, startled. She quickly ran to Feng Si with the stone mortar, freeing a hand to grab her slender, pale wrist. Feng Si looked at Feng Luan in confusion. I was just standing at the door looking. Why are you so agitated? Feng Luan pulled Feng Si a few steps into the house, releasing her only after they were away from the door. I told you not to run around alone. A low-ranking female like you is a walking target for imprisonment in the eyes of powerful beastmen. You just came of age yesterday. If you're abducted by a beastman, you'll end up as their plaything. Feng Luan placed the stone mortar into Feng Si's arms. After scaring her, she coldly snorted and said, I'm protecting you. You need to know that females also have grade divisions. You're not a female that big figures would fight over. At the very least, they would choose Sister Feng Lian, a female with high fertility. Feng Si thought, what is all this? What happened to females being noble? She walked to the dining table with the stone mortar in her arms. While pounding the grains with a stone rod, she listened to Feng Lun's chatter and sorted out her current situation. In this beast world, subfemales have ordinary fertility, but can only give birth to beastmen and subfemales with average combat power. Females can give birth to females and powerful beastmen, which leads to the special status of females. However, females are divided into 4 ranks: special, high, medium, and low. The higher the rank, the easier it is to conceive, and the stronger the offspring. Bloodline determines strength, making females highly sought after. Mother Feng Huan is a medium female. She married a tiger beastman and gave birth to Feng Lian, and married a wolf clan father and gave birth to her. Their family now has 9 members. She is the youngest female daughter. Although they live in Song City, their life is at the level of a declining family. A family without powerful beastmen. Yet possessing 2 adult families, a sense of crisis involuntarily arose in Feng Si's heart. Just thinking about it was terrifying, like a cub holding 2 gold bricks. Danger could approach at any time. Damn it. She knew a life she'd stumbled into wouldn't be that easy. Feng Si pounded the grains distractedly. Amidst the thump-thump sound of the stone rod, the husks shed their dry outer layers, revealing the off-white grains. Feng Luan was a subfemale gray wolf from a set of triplets. She didn't inherit her mother's looks, but rather her father's long, pointed face. She watched Feng Si for a long time, but the grains in the mortar remained unchanged. She snatched the stone mortar back and said to Feng Si, I'll do it. These grains are for you, Mother and Feng Lian, to eat. If Mother wakes up and doesn't see the powdered meat cooked, I'll be the one scolded. She had known that females were very delicate. They didn't have to work from birth, and were always provided for by their families. How could they do the work of pounding grains in a mortar? She really thought too much about having Feng Si help her. She was more of a hindrance. The 3 of us eat this, what do you eat? I'll help cook. Feng Si wasn't annoyed that the task she used to relax her mind was taken away. She decided to ask and then make other dishes to distract herself. Feng Luan pointed to the top shelf of the cupboard. Nutritional paste. 1 tube can keep you full for half a day. Natural food is very expensive. Only you females can eat it every meal. Feng Si followed her gaze upwards. There, like canned beverages, rows of jars filled the counter. The repeated difference in status made her feel extremely conflicted for a moment, wondering whether it was more tragic to transmigrate as a female, a breeding machine, or as a subfemale, with the lowest social status. Feng Si sat by the dining table, stunned. Once there was a comparison with a worse status, being a female seemed much more acceptable. Thinking about it, her close relatives in modern times had long passed away, and she was the only one left in her family. Since she couldn't go back now, Why not lie flat and accept this new life with a big family? At least here, as the youngest female daughter in the family, she wouldn't have to worry about life being too hard. With this thought, Fengxi's heart quickly calmed down. After the emotional turmoil, she felt a little drowsy, propping her chin on her hand as she sat at the dining table. Inside, Fengluan got up, lit the stove and set the pot. Her downcast eyes occasionally watched Fengxi and the main entrance very closely. That night, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The leaves outside rustled in the wind, and heavy rain poured down. Fengxi was sleepless due to suddenly transmigrating to an unfamiliar world, and she hadn't eaten dinner before going to rest, so she was a bit hungry now. Fengxi got out of bed, careful not to disturb anyone. She quietly lifted the door curtain, and slowly fumbled her way downstairs in the dark. As she reached the middle of the wooden staircase at the turn, a faint, flickering light emanated from downstairs. Chapter 3. The Substitute Female. Fengxi subconsciously stopped, bent down, and looked through the cracks in the wooden ladder. She saw two small figures sitting at the dining table, who were the original owner's mother and female older sister. I forgot I have family. She stood rooted to the spot. Just as she was about to go downstairs, the murmurs below started up, and they mentioned her name, making Fengxi pause and listen closely. If Fengxi pretends to be me and is carried over, what if Lord Black Serpent sees through it? I am a female with high-level fertility. A hint of pride flashed in Feng Lian's eyes. Feng Huan sighed. What else can we do? If we don't let Fengxi substitute for you, should we send you to a 200-year-old old beast man? Feng Lian's heart trembled. After returning from having her bloodline level tested at the sacrificial hall in Song City that day, she was so excited that she took a walk around Song City, and unexpectedly ran into Lord Black Serpent, the city lord of Song City. His status was decent, but the thought of that old, wrinkled face leering at her on the street that day made her shiver. She immediately said coquettishly, I don't want that. I'm just worried that if my sister is recognized, Black Serpent will come and force me instead. Feng Huan glanced at Feng Lian. She's prettier than you. Lord Black Serpent won't be able to tell the difference. Feng Lian choked. Black Serpent is coming to pick her up tomorrow morning. What if Fengxi doesn't cooperate? Feng Huan dismissed it. What strength can a female like her have to resist? Besides, didn't we make her drink the aphrodisiac today? Feng Lian was full of worry. What if Fengxi is unwilling? I raised her for so long. Can't I choose a partner for her? It's not up to Fengxi whether she's willing or not. It's her blessing to be able to substitute for you. Feng Huan raised an eyebrow, took Feng Lian's hand, and contentedly scrutinized the daughter she had borne. She said gently, instead of worrying about Fengxi, you should focus on running into the young master of the Black Python tribe. He is the only special grade male beast among the southern beast tribes, and he just returned from the northern battlefield. I suspect his primal value must have reached a dangerous point. Feng Huan narrowed her eyes greedily. If you can make him your male consort by the beast god, our family can escape our current impoverished life. But I'm only high-level. I wonder if my pheromones can soothe him. As Feng Lian said this, the corners of her mouth curled up in a subtle, confident smile. Feng Huan. In the entire South, there aren't even a few dozen special grade females, and the old and young ones take up more than half. In such an urgent situation, how many choices are there? She patted Feng Lian's hand and continued, furthermore, I believe the reason the Black Python young master is currently in Song City is that he heard the sacrificial hall here identified a high-level female. Feng Lian, probably. Speaking of this, Feng Huan and Feng Lian exchanged a smile. Under the dim black oil lamp, their two calculating faces appeared twisted and terrifying. Lying flat my ass. My new family members are practically human traffickers. Fengxi took a deep breath. A chill shot up her spine to the back of her neck. The bone-chilling cold successfully recalled her rationality. She quietly slipped back up to the second floor in the dark, returned to her room, and tied the corners of two blankets into a tight knot. She quickly went to the end of the second-floor corridor. The two rooms facing each other were exactly Feng Lian's and Feng Huan's rooms downstairs. Since they were downstairs, the rooms were empty. Fengxi tied her blanket to the blanket in one of the rooms, pushed open the window, and large raindrops immediately splashed her face. Without bothering to wipe the rain from her face, she grasped the blanket and struggled to climb out the window. The rainy night was cold, and the wet long skirt hem sticking to her body made it even icier. Fengxi had no choice. If she didn't escape, she would soon be forcibly carried away to become an old beastman's concubine. If she didn't want this fate, she could only flee overnight in the rain. I absolutely refuse to marry off as a substitute. Whoever's disaster it is, they should handle it themselves. She only hoped that family would take longer to discover her escape, giving her more time to run far away. Fengxi quickly slid down to the ground. Her legs landed on the messy grass. She let go of the blanket and, without hesitation in the heavy rain, fumbled and ran toward an area with many trees. The heavy rain was mixed with thunder and lightning. Branches and leaves scraped her shoulders and calves. Her nose caught the unique smell of mud and grass mixed with rainwater, and her vision was pitch dark, with only the occasional flash of lightning guiding her way. Ignoring the rule of not relying on trees during a thunderstorm, Fengxi stumbled through the woods, falling down and getting back up repeatedly. Luckily, the drooping branches and leaves weighed down by the rain prevented her from getting scratched. Rain is good. It can mask the scent I leave behind. Fengxi comforted herself this way, forcing herself to walk in the dark. Under the pressure of running for her life, Fengxi's heart pounded, and she dared not stop despite being out of breath. Meanwhile, Fengxi is gone. Fengluan, who had gotten up in the night, stood at Fengxi's door screaming. Her pupils dilated in shock. Lights suddenly lit up in every room of the stone house. After a moment of chaos, everyone appeared in Fengxi's room simultaneously. What should we do? Lord Black Serpent is coming to pick up the female tomorrow, and I don't want to become his partner. Feng Lian cried. Feng Huan's face darkened. She turned and slapped Feng Luan, shouting, "Useless! You couldn't even keep an eye on one delicate female. I'd be better off raising a goat than raising you." Feng Luan dared not talk back. She covered her face and cried with her head bowed. The others were also panicking. Feng Kai, the only beast man in the family, stepped forward and said, "Mother, Fengxi couldn't have run far. I'll just follow her scent and chase her back." Feng Huan looked over. Feng Kai's beast form was a medium-strength gray wolf. His sense of smell was extremely sensitive, and having grown up with Fengxi, he was intimately familiar with her scent. Her anxious heart relaxed slightly. She raised her hand and patted Feng Kai. "Hurry up and go catch her, and bring her back." "Yes. Feng Lian's sister, don't be sad. I'll be right back." Feng Kai didn't forget to comfort Feng Lian, the sister with the most honorable status in the family right now. Feng Lian wiped her tears, her eyes watery, looking pitiful and helpless. It's a good thing you're here, brother, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Feng Huan looked at her two harmoniously affectionate children and interjected, "All right, you two can chat when you get back. Go catch Fengxi first." "Okay, I'm going." Feng Kai, carrying the expectations of the whole family, walked to the second-floor corridor, opened the window. Gusts of wind swept through the second floor of the stone house, and the wooden window frame creaked in the wind and rain. He looked down at the long rope made of blankets and sneered. He braced his hands on the window ledge, leaped from the second-floor window, and the muscular brown hunk suddenly transformed in the rain into a 3-meter-long gray wolf, landing lightly. Raindrops slid off his glossy gray fur and hit the ground. The gray wolf lowered its massive head and sniffed the ground, a confident glimmer flashing in its ice-blue pupils. "This way." Chapter 4. I said this was an accident. The gray wolf turned agilely in the rain. The next second, its body shot out like an arrow released from a bowstring, cutting through the raindrops and swiftly chasing in a certain direction in the forest. Before long, while running, Feng Kai noticed Fengxi's scent growing stronger, and a hint of cruelty flashed in his lake blue eyes. This low-ranking female sister is truly troublesome. Running away in a dark, rainy forest, it's normal for a female to get a little hurt, right? A dark thought flashed through his mind. Feng Kai risked being struck by lightning in the night rain to search for her. The rain soaked his fur. His previously glossy gray coat was now matted. The search filled him with rage. He thought angrily that as soon as he found Fengxi, He would first teach her a lesson in the deserted forest. Otherwise, where would he vent his frustration this late at night? In any case, as a low-ranking female, she was destined to become one of the hidden females of the powerful elite, and her future was unreliable. Having his sister Feng Lian was enough. Thinking this, Feng Kai arrived at a grove where the trees were even taller. In the rainy night, countless raindrops pierced through the leaves and fell onto the ground, accumulating into shallow puddles. Brown and wide fallen leaves also held water, resembling a tranquil and therapeutic audible scene for sleep. The moment Feng Kai stepped into the grass, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from his feet to his mind. His instinct for danger froze him stiff in place. A sense of dread he had never felt before surged into his heart. Danger. Do not enter. Death awaits. The tall lone wolf swallowed hard and froze in place, subconsciously holding his breath. Male beasts all mark their territory, and the stronger the male beast, the more arrogant its nature. This feeling of being watched, like being pricked by countless needles, and the sense of danger as if even the raindrops were laced with potent poison, bringing instant death upon contact, spread through his limbs in a flash. Just standing on the periphery where the aura was weak caused cold sweat to instantly break out all over his body. Feng Kai wasn't stupid. He knew clearly that a male beast possessing such a terrifying aura must be one of those special-grade male beasts standing at the peak of the continent. His formerly cocked gray tail drooped, tucked tightly between his hind legs. The gray wolf retreated cautiously, tail between his legs. The moment he left the terrifying aura, he let out whimpering sounds of fear, completely forgetting his earlier plan to punish Feng Si, and fled without looking back. Meanwhile, not far ahead of Feng Kai, Feng Si didn't know how long, or how far she had walked. She didn't know when the sound of raindrops had disappeared from her ears. A flash of lightning crossed the sky above, yet she heard no thunder. Surrounding her were towering trees that would take a dozen people to embrace. Vast shadows loomed in the rainy night, and the leaves swayed in the dark, making it seem as if the giants of the forest had come alive, transforming into flesh-eating monsters. Feng Si walked dizzily, her vision blurred. Although her body felt cold, her head was burning, and her lower abdomen was scalding hot. So hot, so cold. The two sensations of hot and cold pulled at her repeatedly. One moment she felt like she was in an ice cave, the next she felt like she was inside the flaming mountain at high noon. Feng Si's mind gradually lost its rationality. Stumbling forward guided only by instinct, a hot, spicy scent aggressively pierced through the rain curtain, and drifted into the air from her body. It drifted all the way to a distant mountaintop. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. At the peak of the mountain, hot springs of various sizes steamed in the rain. The deepest and largest hot spring resembled a lake, surrounded by massive rocks. The water was a light, clear hue, like floating green jadeite. An incredibly massive black shadow lay submerged at the bottom of the water. The patterns in the water looked like pieces of black dark scale armor, a type of darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. The light of the lightning could not penetrate the dense ink. Suddenly, a streak of gold appeared in the pitch blackness. Oh, what kind of eyes were those? Gold is the brightest and most passionate color, but in these glass-like pupils, there was not a trace of emotion, only icy murderous intent and the huge, innate oppressive feeling of a cold-blooded creature. Splash! The massive black behemoth, resembling a python but not quite a snake, broke the surface. Water streamed down its scale-like armor and back into the hot spring. Its upper body stood upright in the lake-sized spring, while its coiled lower body still occupied the entire lake bottom. Qi Jie, who was soaking in the hot spring here, had a flicker of surprise in his habitually cold eyes. As a naturally born top predator in the wild, Qi Jie lightly sniffed the scent carried by the rain, keenly sensing the anomaly in the air. And his breathing immediately became erratic. This was the scent of pheromones emitted by a female entering estrus. Depending on the female's rank, it was enough to incite male beasts of various combat ranks into a state of frenzy and loss of control. Before he could take the next action, the rationality that Qi Juho possessed special grade strength had always maintained, was silently severed piece by the scent in the air. Hiss. Damn it! Without warning, his primitive mental stats surged. In the moment of crisis, Chijia couldn't help but let the wild beast's agitation take over. His serpentine body writhed out of the warm lake, crushing the rocks on the shore which tumbled into the water. He swam rapidly in one direction, his uncontrollable rationality spiraling into chaos. The feral instinct completely gained the upper hand, and he sped through the rainforest. Whoosh whoosh. Dense raindrops created a specific rhythm as they hit the leaves. But Fengxi couldn't hear it at all. The only sound in the entire silent forest came from the ragged gasps of her heaving chest. Her mind felt like hot, gooey paste. Fengxi finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs, which had carried her a long way in the darkness, gave way, and she collapsed forward weakly. In the lightning flash, the thorns on the ground were dazzling. The finger-length spikes, washed by the rain, emitted a deadly cold glint. In the last second of her remaining consciousness, Fengxi thought, "I'm going to die. Others transmigrate to marry handsome, rich and powerful men, but my fate is too tragic. The end result of my first day transmigrating is dying from a fall." Just as Fengxi's face was about to hit the ground, a pair of hands suddenly appeared in the darkness, wrapping around her and pulling her into a broad, firm embrace. It was cool, driving away the heat deep in her bones. But it's not enough. Fengxi had a dream. In the dream, in warm water that stretched endlessly, many knotted water plants floated. They were tangled like balls of hemp, displaying the withered color of vegetation at the end of its life. How could there be such lifeless water plants in such comfortable water? I forbid it. As this thought arose in Fengxi's mind, countless hair-thin, bluish-green threads spread out across the boundless water, forcefully straightening the water plants. Throughout the night, in this vast underwater world, the water plants transformed back into clusters gently swaying in the water, becoming vibrant green and emitting a delightful aura. The rain had stopped. The morning light dyed the sky a bright blue, and the hot spring was steaming, making the surroundings appear to be enveloped in a light mist. On a smooth, clean white rock, the scene was dreamlike and illusory. Fengxi, exhausted from the entire night, was woken up by pain. Opening her eyes, she was confronted by a fair, muscular chest with smooth and graceful contours. Wait, what is going on? Chapter 5, Must Escape. Fengxi, whose entire body was incredibly sore, felt her pupils constrict in shock, as if struck by lightning, and she palely raised her eyes to look up. The person's face was fully revealed in the sunlight. His physique was tall, completely enveloping her in his shadow. His handsome face had tightly closed eyes, and his hand, resting on his side, loosely circled her waist. His black short hair was scattered on the pale white rock, which was less white than his skin, clearly outlining the clean, broad lines of his shoulders. Startled, Fengxi quickly backed away. Following that, she saw even more. Not only was the young man in front of her extremely handsome, but his physique was also superb. Only now did she realize how exceptional his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs were. The young man's body was covered in perfectly defined muscles, and even when relaxed, it was easy to see his explosive power. He rested like a powerful, confident male beast leopard, half asleep after a full meal. Fengxi supported her lower back with her hand, wincing in pain. She realized that the medicine she had drunk immediately upon waking up was actually the local aphrodisiac. Damn it, the beast hearts are vicious, and females deliberately make things difficult for other females. Fengxi's chest ached with anger. Her first time in 2 lifetimes had been spent out in the desolate wilderness. But looking down at the handsome young man lying on the ground, millions of curses were caught in her throat. Forget it. He's so handsome. Besides, given the rules of this world, perhaps this poor little beast is the one who's unlucky. Fengxi gave the sleeping young man a complex look, picked up her torn cloth clothes, and began to dress. Finally, she took the man's black clothes and draped them over herself, cinching the belt around her waist, thinking ruthlessly about her slender figure. That's right. This poor unfortunate soul in front of her would just have to be unlucky, because she had no intention of taking responsibility. As a low-level female, the only one she could attract was a low-level male beast. If she remembered correctly, she was currently running away from an engagement and fleeing for her life. How could she take a low-level male beast with her? If she were unfortunately captured, she might only lose love and her body, but he might lose his life. Feng Si gritted her teeth and hardened her heart, severing the strange emotion that had sprouted within her. She looked down at the nameless young man one last time, then turned and limped toward the forest. As her hands rested on her waist, she suddenly felt a green jade pendant inside her sleeve. It was a round, dark green jade pendant, palm-sized, with a creature carved on it. The craftsmanship was superb. The scale's lifelike height was a hornless dragon, which looked familiar, often seen on ancient architecture. Ki. Feng Si was stunned, unable to recall if it belonged to the original body. However, there was no time now to investigate the origin of the jade pendant. She needed to start fleeing immediately. Dawn had broken. What would Feng Lian do without a substitute? Feng Lian, whom Feng Si was thinking about, was sitting on the back of a gray wolf, and her entire family of 8 was also on the road moving house. Unlike Feng Si, who was alone, Feng Lian was accompanied by her mother and protected by her brothers. Rather than fleeing, it was more like a picnic outing. The entire family made an immediate decision the moment the gray wolf returned, panicked and terrified. Without bringing Feng Si back, the entire family began moving overnight. At this moment, 2 delicate females sat on the back of a tall gray wolf, while the other sub-females walked beside the gray wolf, carrying their belongings. Feng Luan, carrying a large bundle, walked beside the gray wolf and huffed. Feng Si must have been caught. She must be covered in injuries now, locked up in a basement by the male beasts for mating, becoming a trophy to show off at their feasts. Feng Huan frowned upon hearing this. Having lost 1 female, and having worked tirelessly all night to secure the path of wealth and glory for the high-level female, she was exhausted. Hearing Feng Lun's curses, she snapped from the back of the gray wolf. If you still have that much energy, then go hunting with your sisters during the midday break. When the head of the family spoke, the other sub-females dared not utter a word. Feng Luan was full of resentment, but dared not openly resist, only cursing silently in her heart. If Feng Si hadn't run away, their family would have received the coins brought by Black Snake, and would already be living a wealthy life. Even if they moved, they wouldn't have to walk. They could have bought carriage tickets, which would be fast and stable, instead of trudging miserably under the scorching sun like this. It wasn't just Feng Luan. The whole family was complaining about Feng Si, never realizing that they didn't need to flee so urgently. Because Black Snake was awakened late last night by a terrifying aura erupting from the high mountain south of the city, immediately followed by a frightened report from his subordinate, telling him that that person had arrived. How could he still dare to bully females and oppress sub-females now? He didn't have the guts. But Black Snake had selfish motives. He had previously used money to silence the Tsang City Sacrificial Hall, wanting to suppress the news that a high-level female had appeared in Tsang City, so he could quietly take the poor female home and enjoy her exclusively. He could wait until that person left before going to fetch the high-level female he had his eye on. Black Snake thought so. On the other side, for Feng Si, who was entering Tsang City for the first time, and had managed to find the commercial district, it was truly shocking. The streets here were smooth, the district connected in all directions, and the houses in the city were uniformly built 7-story buildings made of red brick, neatly arranged in squares. The people on the street were dressed brightly and beautifully, and both sides of the street were lined with shops displaying a dazzling array of goods, from clothing and jewelry to various household items, everything imaginable. Most surprisingly, electronic products found in the modern world were also here. And they were even more high-tech than modern ones. They were holographic. Feng Si blinked while standing on the main street. That was careless. She thought it was a primitive, rustic beast world. But it turned out to be a highly civilized beast world. She also clearly understood how dilapidated the Feng family had become. They couldn't even afford high technology, and were still stuck in a relatively backward state, cooking with firewood and lighting their homes with black oil lamps. The gap between the rich and the poor here was immense. Feng Si was internally shocked for a few seconds, but then, remembering her current predicament of fleeing for her life, she immediately snapped back to reality. She scanned the shops on the street with precision, clearly targeting a shop she found in a small alley. A bartering shop. Feng Si touched the only possession she had on her, calmed herself, and stepped into the shop labeled Goods Exchange. There were few people here. The short-tailed sub-female sitting behind the counter looked up upon hearing footsteps at the door, a flash of astonishment in her eyes. The young woman in front of her had long, curly red hair draped down her back. Her features were delicate and beautiful, and the slight redness at the corners of her eyes added a mesmerizing, seductive charm. Beneath the oversized black clothing, her skin was even fairer and more luminous than fine white jade, without a single flaw. The sub-female's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed on Feng Si. As Feng Si approached, the sub-female's eyes flickered. Oh wait, there was something. This female had scattered hickeys on her exposed neck. The fragile broken look made her even more beautiful. Do you accept items here? Feng Si asked before she even got close. Chapter 6 Sell it. The sub-female's expression became somewhat intoxicated upon hearing the beauty speak. Wow, the bowtie's voice is also so melodious, like the babbling stream in the mountains, only a little hoarse, like the shattering ice of a glacier. Beast God! How could such a beautiful female run out alone, without any male beasts fawning over her? Feng Si approached, looking down at the figure sitting behind the counter, staring blankly at her. As if long accustomed to being scrutinized by others, her voice, devoid of fluctuation, asked again, "Do you buy jade pendants?" As she got closer, a compelling and powerful male beast aura emanated from the beautiful female in front of her, like an unscalable mountain peak standing before her. It was also like the terrifying shock of a majestic natural mountain range about to collapse. An irresistible sense of crisis spreading from her spine throughout her body. The sub-female shop assistant jolted awake with a start. She finally understood why this female was alone. With such a strong and rich male beast aura from the beauty, who would dare to flirt with her, risking their life? Not only their own lives, but also the lives of their entire family. Cold sweat dripped from the sub-female's forehead, and she replied with a stutter, I buy them. Feng Si breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She pretended to take something from her sleeve, but in reality, she moved the green jade pendant from her spatial dimension into her hand, then raised her hand and extended her palm towards the sub-female opposite her. A jade pendant lay quietly in her delicate pink palm. Feng Si didn't understand the price of jadeite, but she guessed from the radiant green glow emanating from the entire pendant that it shouldn't be cheap. But she wasn't entirely sure, because this wasn't a world she was familiar with. She calmly looked at the sub-female. This, how much do you think it's worth? Sure enough, the sub-female gasped as she looked down at the jade pendant in her palm, her eyes widening in surprise. Wow! Such a large piece of green jadeite. It's simply a rare treasure of the world, absolutely priceless. Feng Si's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed this jade pendant definitely couldn't be hers. So it must have been placed on her by that handsome male beast? Thinking of this, she clenched her fingers and a cool, but not icy, sensation spread from her palm. That handsome male beast, appearing in the forest in the middle of the night just like her, she thought he was probably also unfortunate. Now the price of this jade pendant also indicated that the male beast's background was not simple. Feng Si's eyes flickered, then became resolute again. Sorry. There's a distinction between humans and beasts. Besides, before understanding this world, she didn't plan to haphazardly choose someone as a companion. Since she had already abandoned him in the forest, there was no need to hesitate further. Moreover, with the two issues of lacking money and escaping on her mind, carrying a rare treasure would double the danger. After a few seconds of silence, Feng Si opened her palm again and said, I want to sell this jade pendant. How many coins can you offer? The sub-female was startled. You really want to sell it? Feng Si, emme. She looked up at the sub-female, her body leaning slightly towards the door, and said in a manner suggesting she was about to leave, If you don't buy it, I'll go to another shop. Wait. The sub-female reached out a hand to stop her. Her gaze was fixed on the jade pendant in the female's palm, and she spoke rapidly. If you truly want to sell it, our shop can only offer you 16,720,000 coins right now, but I advise you to wait 2 more days. If I prepare for an auction for 2 days, I can at least get you 800 million coins. How tempting. But now there's another problem. No waiting. Feng Si said decisively. Give me 16,720,000 coins now, and this jade pendant is yours. The sub-female shop owner was dumbfounded by her decision to sell at such a loss and tried to persuade her repeatedly, but couldn't make her change her mind. Feng Si chose a coin card that didn't require identity binding, took 5,000 cash coins, and a coin card, then left the shop. For a female to travel alone is a very dangerous thing. As a modern human woman who had transmigrated, Feng Si knew a thing or two about makeup. After leaving the shop, she immediately turned and entered a clothing store. She spent 1,000 coins on a complete wolf beast hide, 120 coins on a black cloak, 2 coins on needle and thread, 80 coins on a bone dagger, and a black pen. After leaving the shop, she found an unoccupied spot behind a house. Feng Si quickly got to work, carefully cutting off the 2 beast ears from the wolf hide, then holding them up to her head to measure. With needle and thread, she fashioned them into a wolf ear headband. This was an inspiration Feng Si got from the sub-female sister. Feng Si also made a wolf fur hat. After everything was done, she raised her hand and put on the headband. The thin black string was hidden beneath her dark red hair, revealing only a pair of gray-white wolf ears. She randomly dabbed her face with the black pen, creating a face full of freckles. In this world where no one ever faked their gender, at first glance she looked like a delicate, freckled sub-female with gray-white wolf ears. Not long after, Feng Si, whose appearance had completely changed, emerged from the deserted corner and bought 10 bottles of nutrient paste from a roadside store. The nutrient paste, palm-sized, cost only 2 coins each, and came in only 2 flavors, vegetable and meat. It was the same nutrient paste Feng Luan had mentioned they drank. She didn't know the taste yet, but she heard it was awful. However, that didn't matter. Feng Si was currently disguised as a sub-female, and her imitation target was naturally someone she had seen. After putting all the food and the money card into that small spatial dimension, she carried the uncontainable bundle and headed straight for the transport carriage team she had seen at the city gate earlier. 20 minutes later, the towering city gate appeared before her. Looking from the entrance, the end was an endless forest. Outside the city gate, crowds bustled, and not far away, sub-females had set up stalls, making it lively and bustling. Feng Si looked around and found a formidable brown horse on the right side of the city gate, standing with its body lowered. A beast hide saddle hung on its back, and 2 rows of 10-person seats hung from its belly. This was comparable to a modern open-top bus. This beast world was a society that combined technology with primitiveness. Feng Si didn't rush over, but stood by and observed for a while. After understanding that she could take a carriage by paying coins and stating the city name, she walked towards it. The green ox male beast, who earned coins in his beast form, was sharpied. Seeing Feng Si approaching quickly with a bundle on her back, he called out to snag a customer. "Sub-female, where do you want to go? Do you want to ride on my back? It's very cheap, you know." Feng Si looked at the muscular strong man in front of her, then at the carriage ahead, and asked, "Which routes do you run?" The green ox beast man looked down. The sub-female in front of him had a delicate appearance, but also a powerful aura, making him unsure which destination to mention. Although everyone was omnivorous now, they still had preferences, more or less retaining some ancestral habits. Green ox beastman, are you a vegetarian? Feng Si. Why do I have to be asked what I eat just to take a ride? Chapter 7. The Mysterious Female. The green ox beastman found the sub-female before him quite pleasing to the eye. Seeing her look of incomprehension, he patiently and professionally explained, "If you're a vegetarian and have a relatively stable temperament, I recommend Nantung City. It's a bit poor, but everyone there is less quarrelsome." Feng Si nodded. Vegetarian beastmen indeed have more stable temperaments. The green ox beastman continued, "If you prefer meat, then there are no taboos. Anyway, if she grew up in Song City, she should be used to the several fights that break out in the city every day." Feng Si understood the deeper meaning in the green ox beastman's words. She thought for a moment and said, "Oh, go to Nantung City." "Good, Nantung City is 83 mountains away from here, and it will cost 800 coins. The beastman, having successfully secured a customer, showed a simple and honest smile. Feng Si didn't tagul. She took out 4 200 coins, mimicking them, paid the money first, and stood by the green ox beastman to wait. Soon, 10 people had gathered. The green ox beastman went to the beastman guards at the city gate and paid 500 coins to rent a passenger saddle frame. Then, the green ox beastman retreated to an open space and, with a whoosh, transformed into a formidable tall water buffalo. The city guard beastmen placed the saddle on the water buffalo's back, then tied ropes around its front, middle, and back, securely binding the saddle to its back. The large water buffalo, carrying a large saddle frame, walked over with thud-thud steps and stopped in front of the customers. Feng-Si looked up. Wow. So tall, even taller than a modern single-story building. The original forms of the beastmen here were at least 10 times larger than those in modern times. Under Feng-Si's gaze, the water buffalo lowered its head to look over, its long, curved horns gleaming with a hint of green light, and its large, bell-like eyes seemed particularly harmless. It naturally bent its front legs and knelt, leaning to one side. The seat on its back, which rested at its waist, was just at the height of a human customer's bent knee. A white-tailed sub-female, who was in front of Feng-Si, grabbed the seat, hopped up, and easily settled into it. Feng-Si deliberately stayed behind, her peripheral vision constantly observing how others acted, trying not to appear like a sub-female who had just entered society and was easily deceived. The seats here were similar to open-air cable cars for modern mountaineering. There were no coverings overhead or around, and the seats were spaced 1 meter apart, which was very friendly to introverted people. By the time she sat in the last seat on the right, near the buffalo's tail, she could naturally pull out the beast hide rope behind the seat and tie it around her waist. Her movements in getting onto the seat were swift and practiced, like an experienced sub-female who often traveled in the wilderness. Feng-Si was actually gritting her teeth and enduring internally. The fatigue from last night hadn't recovered yet. She took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The misty blue had turned deep blue. Large clouds floated on the horizon, and 2 dazzling, side-by-side suns had risen from behind the mountains, illuminating the earth. It's so hot today, I forgot to ask how long it would take to get to Nantung City. Before Feng-Si could ask, a canopy gradually rose above their heads, transforming into the appearance of a modern shuttle bus. After all the passengers were seated, the large water buffalo stood up and then galloped into the forest. It was like an enraged bull charging through the forest. Judging by the scenery rapidly receding on both sides, its speed was surprisingly no slower than a high-speed train. Feng-Si only swayed once, and after that, there were no more significant bumps. In the gentle rocking, she only felt the wind blowing past her ears, bringing a hint of coolness to the gradually warming air. It also blew the freckled sub-female's wolf ears back towards her head. She calmly reached out to steady herself and unhurriedly put on a wide black cloak. Blending into the crowd of people in the carriage who were all wearing some protective cloaks, becoming even more discreet and inconspicuous. The mountaintop hot spring cluster was located south of Tsang City, by a lake bubbling with steam and shrouded in white mist. 12 burly individuals, dressed in earthy yellow combat uniforms with a chi-shaped black emblem pinned to their left chest, stood silently with lowered heads, clearly a well-trained elite army. By the warm hot spring, one of the warriors, whose shoulder bore a black eagle tattoo, frowned deeply, his sharp gaze filled with profound worry. Young Master Jia, all high-ranking females in Tsang City, who have not yet found partners, have been gathered at the sacrificial hall for communal use. Please return to the sacrificial hall as soon as possible to have your primal value tested. Chi Jia sat on a rock by the shore, his black, form-fitting combat uniform outlining his tall and handsome physique. His strong, perfect muscles were hidden beneath the clothing, yet his restrained aura could not conceal the explosive power throughout his body, like a beast poised to strike. He had a pair of golden, fervent eyes that looked cold and dangerous. He coldly raised his eyelids and said, "No need." In Kong's face flashed with anxiety. He was the first subordinate from the Black Eagle tribe to follow the second young master of the Southern Wilderness Empire since childhood. He usually served as the Air Force General of the 2nd Legion, which was under young Master Jia's command, and also acted as a loyal personal guard. Their Southern Wilderness Beast King clan was said to be descendants of dragons. Their beast form only lacked a pair of dragon horns compared to the legendary depictions, and with their incredibly powerful beast forms, they had ruled the entire southern continent for 2 millennia. To the loyal In Kong, even though this world revered females, any female, no matter how rare or precious, became insignificant when their relationship with the Southern Wilderness Beast King clan was involved. Therefore, his usually unperturbed face was now filled with worry. His upper body leaned slightly forward, almost with a sense of urgency. The calming power of high-ranking females won't have much effect on you. But in an emergency, among the 3 females in the main city that you weren't satisfied with, they might barely suffice. I will handle it cleanly afterward. Please prioritize your own well-being. Qi Jie lowered his gaze and stared fixedly at the stone slab beneath him, as if he hadn't heard the anxious suggestions from his subordinates. Even though it concerned his life, he still maintained the composure of a superior. In Kong, anxious for his young master, sighed deeply and slowly persuaded, on the battlefield with the northern plains, without your presence. The eldest young master and third young master led the army rashly. The southern wilderness has already lost 3 consecutive battles. I'm afraid it won't be long before the blazing tiger beast king of the northern plains deduces that something is wrong with you. Qi Jie's eyes darkened. The Northern Plains Empire, the second most powerful nation on the continent, ruled by the formidable blazing tiger clan. It occupied an extremely vast territory north of the land. However, there could only be one hegemon of the land, and disputes along the shared border between the 2 nations had not ceased for 7 years. His imperial father was already 270 years old. Even the fiercest beast would see a significant decrease in combat power upon entering old age. As for his 2 brothers, after their combat strength was designated as high-level since childhood, they could only focus their efforts on power struggles in recent years, with only their appearance being able to intimidate. This was why, at the young age of 24, his primal value had reached a critical level. 7 years of continuous battle. Even the most expansive mental domain would eventually fall into disarray. But now, his long-troubled mental domain was now completely clear. Qi Jie looked up, his golden eyes shimmering brightly in the sunlight, an unknown fire burning within them, revealing a strange meaning. I said no need. I have already found my female. Chapter 8. What exactly is she dissatisfied with? In Kong was stunned into silence. Wait. The young master's female? The young master's female. He felt like he was hallucinating, his eyes wide with shock, thinking, did I hear that wrong? Who could possibly catch your eye? Young Master Jie is currently the strongest martial power in the Southern Wilderness, and the de facto owner of the Southern Wilderness Legion. Since birth. His fighting power was designated as special grade by the High Priest of the Beast God Hall. Seeing the seated youth's mouth curl slightly, In Kong couldn't help but shiver and blurted out his inner thoughts without thinking. I thought that female didn't exist. After all, even in Pantheon Main City, so many noble, beautiful, special grade females couldn't catch your eye. The warriors who had been standing still. Amazing. Those blunt words pierced the hearts of the single beast men. Qi Jie's body paused almost imperceptibly upon hearing this. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that female had run away. For the first time ever, he had never imagined he would be left by a female. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment, and even the sound of the hot spring bubbling faded away. In Kong's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tried to compensate and change the subject. I mean, what is the name of that noble female of no low rank, and where is she now? Qi Jie's lips curled up even more upon hearing this, but his golden eyes were filled with coldness. Fortunately, just before everyone present suffocated, he finally stood up from the stone. He walked straight toward the open area, coldly answering his subordinate's question. I don't know. Did you just meet her? In Kong turned and followed, habitually continuing to speak. Should we go pick her up and bring her back to the city? Qi Jie raised an eyebrow, his pupils flickering like flowing golden flames. He said, she left without saying anything. In Kong stopped in his tracks, exclaiming, there's actually a female who isn't interested in you. Qi Jie turned his head to glance at his subordinate, his mouth curving slightly. She is a special grade female. I allow her the privilege of being unrestrained around me. Special grade female. In Kong's pupils constricted. He wasn't too shocked by the special-grade female mentioned by the young master. While special-grade females are precious, they aren't unattainable for powerful beastmen like himself. He was just a little curious. Without the sacrificial hall's testing ceremony, how did you determine she was special grade? That is not for you to investigate. Chijia lowered his eyes. Under his long lashes, an inexplicable dark current surged, making him seem unapproachable at the moment. His long legs, clad in black leather boots, quickened their pace. He commanded, "The beastmen in the northern wilderness have been too unruly lately. I will depart for the border city first. Arrange for the Black Eagle 6 squad members to stay behind and secretly search Song City and its vicinity for a female with bright red long hair." Kong nodded seriously yes. He received the young master's command. His heart filled with complexity. Even someone as powerful as the young master could be abandoned by a female. The warriors following Chijia, the moment Chijia stopped in the open area, ripped their clothes and instantly transformed from muscular strongmen into black eagles, each 5 meters tall. Their sharp talons were like hooks, flashing with cold light. The ferocity in their eyes and the sharp edges of their beaks carried the natural oppressive aura of fierce beasts. Just by looking at them, one could tell they were overlords of the sky who had survived countless battles. They now bowed their heads submissively, welcoming their young master back to his domain of battle. "I will certainly complete the mission as quickly as possible, and bring your female to catch up soon." Kong bowed to bid farewell to the young master. Chijia nodded slightly, turned his head to look forward, letting his gaze rest on the light blue hot spring lake for one last second. He then withdrew his gaze and expressionlessly leaped lightly onto the back of the black eagle at the front. The moment he stood firm, the soaring black eagle instantly spread its wings and flew up into the clear blue sky. The wingspan easily reached 12 meters, forming a cloud-shading shadow in the sky, startling a group of armored beasts in the forest into running wildly. The light blue lake on the ground grew further and further away. Chijia narrowed his eyes midair. An unregistered special-grade female of the sacrificial hall, characterized by bright red long hair. Unregistered means the other party deliberately concealed her identity. Bright red long hair is only found in a few minority races. With the scope set to Song City, he believed Kong would find her quickly. At that time, he would have to properly ask her, what exactly was she dissatisfied with regarding him? The Green Ox Beastman was very fast. By the time Song City began searching for the red-haired female, they had already crossed over 20 large mountains in half a day and arrived at a small town for a temporary rest. Feng Si disembarked from the seat with the crowd, surveying the small town from beneath her cloak. This place consisted of tree houses built upon tree trunks, carrying a fairy tale quality. Beneath the trees were sub-female vendors setting up stalls. Aside from cheap nutrient cans, the other daily necessities looked like old, second-hand goods. But her gaze landed on a yellowed, old wristband. Its appearance was similar to those worn by her companions. Its function was similar to a modern mobile phone, combining communication and entertainment. Unfortunately, she hadn't purchased one at the time because she saw that it required binding identity information. Listening to the vendor's introduction, this item was left here for sale by its previous owner, a sub-female. Although it was a nearly obsolete wristband, since the identity was already registered and bound, it was now available for the low price of 588 coins. Except for payment functions, all other wristband features were fully usable. Just hearing that, Feng Si's eyes couldn't help but light up. "I ask you, how can a modern human, accustomed to having a mobile phone, endure a day without electronic products?" During the time everyone was eating together, she skipped her meal and rushed over to the vendor, picking up the yellowed wristband. "Can this be a little cheaper? Would 550 coins work?" 588. No bargaining. The sub-female, whose large bushy tail like a squirrel's swished behind her, shook her head while crossing her arms. She glanced at the wool-feared sub-female in front of her. She was young, didn't even have a GPS communicator, and had no family accompanying her. A trace of pity arose in her heart, and she continued. "Our town chief is from the Black Bear tribe. This communicator can be used in both Song City and Nantung City. You can take it for 580. Does that mean, based on her words, that the communicators' network areas are divided by city? Fengxi stopped negotiating, smiled and nodded. All right, I'll pay in cash coins. After paying and taking the wristband, the green ox beast lord happened to be shouting that it was time to leave. She quickly checked that there were no issues and hurried back to her seat. Fengxi lowered her head and fastened the wristband onto her wrist. The finger-width, yellowed wristband made her skin look exceptionally fair. Its appearance closely resembled a wristwatch, with a slightly protruding button on the side. A light screen the size of a palm popped up just by pressing it gently. The various application icons on the screen were neatly arranged. Given this electrical civilization was not too different from human operation. Fengxi quickly got the hang of it. Chapter 9. There is no other choice. Since she was going to settle in Nantung City for a period, the first thing she had to secure was accommodation. She scrolled through the housing transactions on the light screen, selecting a suitable house while secretly taking out a nutrition can from under her cloak. She pulled off the lid. Inside was a paste-like meat mash, light red and fishy. Fengxi, who was starving, brought it to her mouth and took a sip, instantly making a painful face. It was too disgusting. It felt like hard bits of meat residue in her mouth, tasted slightly bitter as if various vitamins had been added, and worst of all, perfectly retained the musky odor and fishiness of an animal slaughtered without being cleaned. She forced down the food in her mouth. She found it difficult to take another bite of the food in her hand, feeling distressed about the 9 cans stored in her spatial dimension. At that moment, the hunger in her stomach disappeared thanks to that bite of food, and her stomach felt warm. Fengxi sighed in relief, quickly put the lid back on, and secretly returned it to her spatial dimension. This food was so awful, especially for her, who had just transmigrated from the modern era with its thousands of delicacies. She really couldn't eat it. Fengxi continued looking at the housing introductions online. Just then, a gray-haired, long-eared rabbit-eared sub-female turned around from the front, leaned over her seat, and spoke to Fengxi behind her. Are you going to Nantung City too? I'm full, and traveling is boring. Letcha. Hearing this, Fengxi looked up. She glanced at the scarlet long-eared sub-female. Since she was currently lacking information, she smiled, turned off her wristband, and threw out an easy topic. I heard that the stewed meat in Nantung City is very famous. Are you talking about the one on 3rd Mountain in the southern district? The rabbit-eared sub-female became excited. I grew up in Nantung City and only tried it once. It tastes great, but the price is incredibly high, 20 coins a bowl. Probably only females can afford to eat it every meal. As soon as she said this, it was like opening a floodgate. The other sub-females in the carriage looked envious, and one robust sub-female said, "It's because females can soothe high combat level male beasts. Our soothing ability is all low level, so we can't find powerful male beasts at all." Fengxi quietly listened to the conversations in the carriage, gaining a clearer understanding of this world through the sub-females' dialogue. This world has 3 genders in total. Both females and sub-females can partner with male beasts, but the difference is that females possess a dramatically superior level of spiritual soothing power. From birth, females must register at the sacrificial hall. The empire distributes 100,000 coins to every female annually. And when females reach 20 years of age, every female must return to the sacrificial hall to test her fertility. Furthermore, on a certain day 3 months later, females can go to the main city to participate in a large-scale aristocratic dating convention. Here, the higher the level of the male beast, the harder it is for them to raise offspring, not to mention the hidden danger of primal value outbreaks. This is what led to the differential treatment between females and sub-females. Female fertility is linked to spiritual soothing power. The higher the level, the stronger the soothing power, and the higher the chance their bodies can successfully conceive descendants for powerful male beasts, and they can give birth to all 3 genders. Sub-females, however, do not have this advantage. They receive no subsidies from the empire, and can only give birth to sub-females and male beasts throughout their lives, with their offspring usually being low-level, occasionally reaching medium-level. Therefore, this is a world where mid to low-level beastmen constitute the majority. High-level and special-grade male beasts are not numerous, with a ratio to females of approximately 10-1. No wonder females are outwardly pampered so delicately. In reality, all true power in this world is still held by the male beasts. What do females truly possess? Fengxi was no longer interested in the sugar-coated poison of marrying a male beast. She decided to keep her identity hidden and settle safely in Nantung City first. Traveling from Song City to Nantung City, they crossed dozens of large mountains and passed through a dozen valleys, taking 2 full days. Finally, in the morning they stopped at a plain. Nantung City was a giant metal city situated in a basin between mountain ranges. The towering earthen yellow high-rises rose from the ground like a futuristic city of technology. And the purple electric light surrounding the city wall crackled. The streets inside were interconnected. Every building was systematically arranged in a pyramid shape, with dense windows resembling a beehive. Countless metal vehicles traversed the air between the buildings in perfect order. Fengxi followed the crowd down. The plain where she stood resembled a city entrance plaza, paved with asphalt. Standing in this open area, she couldn't see the end of the high-rises, which shimmered with the distinctive light of metal under the sun. Fengxi stared blankly for a moment. This is considered poverty? See. There's little land and too many people. We can only live crammed into small metal boxes. Only females and powerful beastmen get to live in the forests. The long-eared sub-female whom she had gotten acquainted with in the carriage, replied as she passed by. Since living beings have a natural affinity for nature, distinguishing wealth this way seems reasonable. That's true. Fengxi followed the crowd forward, suppressing the surprise on her face lest she appear too out of place. Fengxi walked forward for a while, following the crowd to a tall, arched wooden gate. After passing through successfully, she finally entered the city. This was an open area some distance from the nearest high-rise. After saying goodbye to her fellow travelers, Fengxi stood by the street, waiting and tapping on her light screen. Just then, an earthen yellow flying car hovered and stopped. A sub-female wearing a white suit opened the door, stepped out, and walked toward Fengxi with a smile. Hello, are you sub-female C? I am Ratling, the manager from Fulai Real Estate whom you booked online. I'm here to pick you up for the viewing at your scheduled time. Fengxi looked up. During the journey, she had searched for accommodation on the light screen, initially intending to rent or book a private house. To her surprise, there were no rentals or hotels here, only house sales, and another method recommended by the sub-females: finding a beast to become a partner. Therefore, she was left with only the option of buying a house. She had contacted the sub-female managing the house sale online, timing her arrival perfectly. Fengxi nodded at Ratling and said with a smile, "Yes, I hope we can find a house that meets the requirements I mentioned earlier. Few people on the floor." That was her only requirement. However, looking at the high-rise clusters in Nantung City, which started at 100 stories, the dense balconies indicated many residents on the lower floors. Listening to Ratling, even the top floors of these metal buildings had at least 4 households. She was starting to feel uncertain. Fortunately, having money was very convenient. Fengxi had long since changed into an inconspicuous gray long-sleeved shirt and pants, wore gray wolf ears, and added a gray hat that exposed her ears, revealing her original black hair, which had rapidly changed from bright red to dark red over the past 2 days. Her entire outfit seemed to be worth no more than 500 units. Ratling quietly appraised the freckled sub-female before her. Although the sub-female looked somewhat poor, Ratling, having received a deposit of 100,000, did not look down on her. She diligently worked hard to find this particular residence for her client. Chapter 10. Your Exclusive Little Nest. Ratling led her to a metal building marked North District 13 Peaks. It was a triangular skyscraper with 20 transparent glass elevators. They went to elevator number 12 and reached the top floor directly. After the elevator door opened, a wooden door appeared in the hallway. Clearly, this floor only had 1 unit. Opening the wooden door and stepping inside, the entire house had wooden floors, and the walls and ceiling were also covered with natural wood-colored planks, making it look very comfortable. 4 floor-to-ceiling windows illuminated the house brightly. The open-plan kitchen was on the right, and apart from the stove and cooking utensils, it was empty. The 3 rooms were also empty, with nothing placed inside. Going up the wooden stairs from the living room, there was an attic. Pushing open the attic door revealed a large lawn, about 100 meters wide. The more Fengxi looked, the more satisfied she became. Based on the conversion method she was familiar with, this top floor was about 200 square meters. Ratling, showing the client the house, noticed the expression on Fengxi's face, and being especially savvy, introduced it. This is a single-level house located on the mountaintop. It features 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, a private attic, and a mountaintop lawn. The quoted price is 16,665,000 coins. Fengxi's motuisha. Can the price be lowered? Ratling replied, no, this is already the lowest price offered by the previous owner of this house. I find you pleasing to the eye, so I didn't even quote a high price. Fengxi hesitated. Can I pay in installments? What installments? Ratling didn't understand. She saw the expression on Fengxi's face, a mix of excitement and pain. Ratling, who had dealt with countless people, knew the client didn't look like she couldn't afford it. She continued, this house was only listed recently, and 5 other clients have requested to view this floor. It's very sought after. Fengxi thought for a moment and still asked, are there any other smaller single-level houses? Ratling shook her head honestly. No. Only this one is single-level and comes with a mountaintop lawn. Other houses are larger and more expensive than this one. Even more expensive? Ratling leaned closer and whispered to Fengxi, I'll tell you a secret. The previous owner lived here and became pregnant with septuplets. They only moved because the house couldn't fit all the cubs. This is a rare lucky place. If this news gets out, the price of the house will definitely double. Fengxi turned her head to look at the house. She liked it very much. Living here, without neighbors to disturb her, made it easier for her to hide her true female identity. Otherwise, as a female surrounded by male beasts and subfemales, being constantly stared at by beasts would inevitably expose her identity. Since she had already pawned the jade pendant and spent the money, having any more psychological burden would just be difficult for herself. In the end, Fengxi purchased the house. Because she was a subfemale. She didn't even need identity verification. She could register the house ownership simply by paying online and using facial and fingerprint recognition. Ratling had closed a big deal and in a cheerful mood, gave Fengxi a new voice print lock before happily leaving. Fengxi was the only one left in the empty living room of the entire building, which lacked any furniture. With no one else around, she sat cross-legged directly on the floor, leaning against the wall. Her restless heart over the past 2 days finally found peace now that she owned her own territory. Rushing as if fleeing for her life, she hadn't slept soundly since transmigrating. Now that her mind relaxed, her eyes slowly closed, and she fell asleep. A line of black eagles flew high in the sky. On the back of the central black eagle sat an exquisite ship-shaped dwelling. None of these 32 are the female you are looking for? Yin Kong, who had chased after them bringing all the unmarried red-haired females from Tsang City, recalled the red-haired females in the carriages behind him, his expression immensely heavy. I have gathered all the red-haired females from Tsang City and the surrounding towns. Could there still be a hiding place I haven't found? Please, young master, give me her portrait. Qi Jie leaned back against the seat, his long fingers lightly tapping the armrest, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. That night, his spiritual power was somewhat chaotic. Her face was blurry. He could only recall her dominant pheromones, which were like fireworks exploding in the dark night, dazzling and stunningly unforgettable. Perhaps the female who belonged exclusively to him was waiting for him to go and find her himself. Qi Jie lowered his gaze, his golden eyes hidden beneath long lashes as he thought. Just then, the black communicator on his hand flashed. It was using the military communication line, blinking with dazzling red light, interrupting Qi Jie's thoughts. He opened the light screen. Suddenly, a flock of flying white doves appeared before him lifelike. The pupil of the leading white dove wavered with surprise. After seeing that the communication had been connected, its expression eased slightly, but its voice was urgent. Young Master, third young master was defeated by the young master of the northern wasteland Flame Tiger, and retreated to the Fengshan mountain range 100 meters away. where he is now besieged by the savage beasts of the northern wasteland, requesting rescue. Pass on my command. Have the second brown bear tribe near Lushan immediately go and provide support. Chijia frowned, ended the communication, and looked at Kong again. Have people keep an eye on the main city. A female will come carrying my identity jade pendant. Kong widened his eyes. Yes, the personal jade pendant that can mobilize your private army. You actually gave it away. Kong was shocked, but he dared not raise any questions. She might have already left Song City. Expand the search area and ask around. Find her. Chijia coldly told Kong, subtly concealing the emotion in his eyes. Kong seemed not to have expected the young master to speak again. It appeared this female was very important to the young master. He respectfully replied, your subordinate will do his utmost. This time he dared not make any guarantees. After all, without a portrait of the female, it would be truly difficult to find the real person. Kong watched the departing young master with a solemn expression. A black eagle carrying a carriage on its back flew closer. My lord, what should we do with the females on its back? What else can we do? Send them to the main city. Kong waved his hand dismissively. Newly adult females must all go to the sacrificial hall in Pantheon City for the beast god's blessing ceremony. Hosted by the high priest. You were only supposed to escort them there, understand? If the young master didn't fancy them, the matter of secretly hijacking the females would cease to exist. The quick-witted subordinate instantly understood. Yes, my lord. Your subordinate will certainly escort all the females safely to the sacrificial hall. When Fengxi woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. She had slept soundly. The first thing she did upon waking was wash up. Following her memory from yesterday, she found the bathroom. The first thing that caught her eye upon entering was a short, large wooden bathtub placed by the window. The shower, toilet, and sink were all made of bluestone, giving the place a feeling reminiscent of a modern farmhouse. Since she hadn't bought toiletries, Fengxi could only take a cold shower, washing her clothes while she was at it. And then changed back into a clean set of gray-white long pants and long top. Her wet hair hung down strand by strand behind her, and her face was cold and stunning, except that her hair had completely turned black. Chapter 11. Money disappears quickly. Fengxi's gaze slightly narrowed. She couldn't understand why her hair had turned black so quickly these past few days, but she was more accustomed to black hair. Standing in front of the mirror, she pressed her somewhat hungry stomach, then turned back to the living room and took out the plain canned food she had stored in her spatial inventory. Opening the can, a smell of grass juice mixed with earth wafted out. The color was a thick, dark green. Having been reminded by the taste of the previous meat can, Fengxi pinched her nose this time and chugged the entire can in one go, ignoring the equally bitter and unpleasant grass juice residue. At least it didn't have that foul, gamey smell of meat. With her stomach barely full, she had the energy to inventory her assets. She took out everything from her spatial inventory one by one and laid them before her. After buying this house, she only had 65,000 coin left in her card. The 5,000 cash she had withdrawn earlier had been partially spent on the way, leaving her with 2,320 coin. She turned her head and surveyed the house. It was her own house, and it was time to get some furniture. Fengxi found an online shopping page on her wristband and, based on her immediate needs, bought a soft bed, a soft sofa and basic home appliances, spending 9,600 coin. They would be delivered to her home that afternoon. To save money, she didn't plan to buy a dining table. She could eat at the prep counter in the kitchen. Next, she bought 3 sets of clothes, from innerwear to outerwear, spending 967 coin. These would also be delivered that afternoon. As for food, apart from nutritional cans that cost the same as in reality, she hadn't seen any fresh food sold online. It seemed she would have to buy it in person. Just as she was about to go out for a stroll, the doorbell rang. Startled, Fengxi's first reaction was to reach up and touch her wolf ears. Fortunately, she hadn't taken them off even when washing her hair, and they were still perfectly in place. Fengxi put her valuables back into her spatial inventory, then grabbed the gray ear-covering hat nearby and pulled it over her head before getting up and walking towards the door. She was very cautious and didn't open the door directly. Instead, she opened the small peephole in the middle of the wooden door and looked out. She saw a petite, gray-haired, mouse-eared subfemale standing outside the door, wearing a yellow cloth strip on her arm. The words written on the strip didn't look like Chinese, but she inexplicably understood them. North District, 13th Mountain, Collection Area, 10 Mountain Chief. Fengxi silently recited it in her heart. And her caution deepened. Who is she? Why is she looking for me? The gray-haired, mouse-eared individual stood at the door, smiling through the wooden door and said, I am Bai Qingqing, the 10 Mountain Chief of the collection area for this building, responsible for floors 121 to 141. Yesterday, I saw a new homeowner registered in the back end for this place. You are subfemale Fengxi, right? Fengxi blinked slightly. She still had no intention of opening the door. She stood inside and politely asked, May I ask what you've come to see me about? Bai Qingqing smiled and opened her light screen, moving the screen with her identity information into the small peephole for Fengxi to see. She also said with a smile, You probably don't know the rules for settling in Nantung City yet, do you? As a subfemale resident here, every 3 days, you must follow the team from the same building out into the forest to gather edible plants. Of the food you collect, you only need to submit 1/5 to the 13th mountain. You can take the rest home or sell it at the exchange on the first floor. This is your duty as an adult subfemale. Bai Qingqing scrolled past her own information on the light screen, and then pulled up Fengxi's resident information on the top floor of the entire building to show her, proving that she wasn't part of a private group. Fengxi stared at her housing registration from yesterday stunned. Bai Qingqing said, The food submitted, besides being exchanged for your daily water and electricity, is mainly given to the orphan cubs on the first floor. As a collecting mountain chief, I'm just here to specifically inform you of the rules of living here. Her smile was gentle, without a hint of calculation. Moreover, while she was speaking, Fengxi had already opened her light screen and searched online for the Nantung City Residence Manual. What was stated online was consistent with what the subfemale outside the door had said. Each district and mountain has 20 mountain chiefs, and they can also be found on the official website. The photo of the mountain chief of Nantung's 13th mountain matched Bai Qingqing outside the door. Fengxi lowered her guard, pulled down her gray hat, revealing only the lower half of her face covered in dark spots, and finally opened the room door. Bai Qingqing was a little surprised and took a step back. Usually, newly moved-in subfemales are quite timid, and it takes several visits before they are willing to believe that she isn't fake. She didn't expect this subfemale to open the door so readily. Looking at the subfemale, who was clearly just an adult, the middle-aged Bai Qingqing suddenly felt a sense of looking at a junior. You've just moved in, so you can rest for 2 days. I've already added your contact. I'll call you on your communicator when it's time to depart. Fengxi politely thanked her. Thank you, Mountain Chief. She had just checked online and saw that the Mountain Chief in front of her was an official managing the entire building, and she seemed patient and not annoyed. Fengxi stepped out of the doorway, closed the door, and said with a smile, I was just about to go out. Mountain Chief, you know I'm new here, so I wanted to ask you where places to sell goods usually are? Bai Qingqing enthusiastically replied, We usually buy common items within our own mountain. The first and second floors are the market of the 13th mountain. She also introduced a money-saving tip. If you get up early, there's very cheap flank meat for sale there, and wild vegetables and fruits are also sold cheaply. If you want to buy fresh ingredients and other things, you have to go to the first mountain in the East District. That's the commercial center of the entire Nantung City. They sell everything there, Bai Qingqing finally said. Thank you for telling me. Fengxi nodded as if enlightened, and walked with Bai Qingqing towards the elevator. Thinking that she might need to find a way to earn money later, she asked, If I need to go a bit further, are there reliable male beasts to escort me here? Bai Qingqing was stunned and turned to look at her in surprise. Male beast transportation? What a luxurious and prestigious idea. Beast men are a privilege reserved for noble females when they go out. A subfemale like you shouldn't even think about it. At this moment, the glass door of the elevator opened. As she walked into the elevator, she said earnestly, If you want to rent an outside ethnicity ride like a green ox, for a distance of 10 hectares. It would start at 2,000 coin. Trust me, machinery is much cheaper than hiring a male beast. But I don't know how to drive a motorcycle, Feng Si said with difficulty. Bai Qingqing waited for Bai Qingqing to enter, then pressed the first floor button. Flying cars are fully automatic. You just need to connect your communicator to set the route. I'll take you to Bai 1. Feng Si's eyes lit up. She decided to listen to the mountain chief, and followed her to a flying car shop facing the street on the first floor. Finally, she spent 1,500 yuan to buy a black flying car, adding 10 coins worth of solar energy, which was said to be able to travel 20 hectares or about 4 hours. Chapter 12, Upgraded. In Feng Si's eyes, this vehicle was also quite familiar, as the flying car looked like an old man's joy scooter, with only 2 seats front and back, but it had a canopy to shield from wind and rain. It was customary here for people to park their flying cars on the balcony. Since she was on the top floor and the first floor had no balcony, she parked the car on her own lawn, right next to the waist-high wooden fence. She went downstairs and also bought some bowls, chopsticks, iron pots, stone pots, and salt, as well as some of the simplest soapberry water, spending a total of 500 coins. Bai Qingqing also enthusiastically took her to an inexpensive bedding store. A reversible white rabbit fur blanket only costs 150 coins, and a roll of cotton cloth for the bed costs 170 coins. When the furniture she bought online was delivered in the afternoon, this empty house finally started to look decent. There were no sun protection clothes available for the wilderness, so she made a set herself. The bedsheets also needed to be cut and sewn, which wasn't tiring but took a lot of time. After a busy afternoon, Feng Si collapsed onto the sofa, calculating her remaining balance. This major shopping spree gave Feng Si a strong sense of crisis. Money really doesn't last long. She had to find a way to earn money quickly. It's just, she wondered how long she would have to earn money before she could redeem her jade pendant. The next day, Feng Si woke up early. After washing up, she endured the nausea and drank a plain canned drink. Rest was out of the question. Opportunities to earn money lay in the wilderness. Feng Si drove the flying car according to what Bai Qingqing had said yesterday, and arrived at the North Building Bottom District for assembly. Amidst the 20 teams of 100 people, she spotted Bai Qingqing standing in front of the vehicle, and found her own 10th team. Because of the large number of people, the groups going out into the wilderness each day were staggered by building. For example, since Feng Si chose today for her first gathering day, she would not be able to follow the main group into the forest for the next 3 days. Of course, if she wanted to go into the wilderness to find food, she could go alone. But she would be responsible for her own life and safety. The 10 hunting teams were composed of male beasts, each with about 50 members, and the gathering teams were composed of sub-females, each team having about 100 members. After registering at the city gate and leaving the city, the 20 teams dispersed, led by the mountain chiefs. After flying for a while, they parked the flying cars at the foot of the mountain. Bai Qingqing was the first to open her car door and step out, addressing those behind her. Today's gathering area has been cleared by the beastmen, and there are temporarily no dangerous wild beasts. Everyone, please stay near the edge of the forest and don't wander far. Pay attention to your communicators. We will return to the city from here together in the morning. The sub-females got out of their flying cars, each carrying 2 large baskets, gathering in small groups. The lush green grass was trampled messily, next to the dense forest, which looked completely untouched. Feng Si also quickly got out of the car, and stood on the periphery of the crowd. Others turned their heads. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face, the curious small groups immediately began whispering among themselves. That sub-female with gray wolf ears and black spots all over her face must be new here, right? I've never seen her before. I don't know. She's not a female, so who cares if she just moved here? I heard that the females nowadays are all setting off for the main city, where they can choose powerful male beasts themselves. I'm so envious. Feng Si stood alone on the side, listening for a while. Seeing that there was no useful information, she withdrew her attention, internally unconcerned by their gossip. Bai Qingqing efficiently divided the gathering group into 10 squads of 10 people each, instructing them to walk into the woods starting from one corner of the forest. Bai Qingqing paid special attention to Feng Si, who was joining the team for the first time, and placed her in her own squad. Looking up, she saw Feng Si wearing a wide-brimmed hooded black hat and matching gloves, dressed head to toe completely sealed off. Wolf ear subfemale, didn't you prepare a basket to hold things? Feng Si, walking at the back of the group, heard the familiar voice behind her and instinctively turned around. Her eyes met Bai Qingqing's, and she immediately realized that wolf ear subfemale was referring to her. The question was also directed at her. Feng Si stopped, took out a neatly folded piece of cotton cloth from her pocket, and unfolded it with both hands, revealing 2 large, square cloth bags. I brought these. Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up. You are very clever with your hands. Feng Si looked at the basket on Bai Qingqing's back, reflecting on how much she had helped her that day, and smiled. These are scraps left over from making my bedsheets. When I get back, I'll make one for you. I still have cotton cloth left. Bai Qingqing happily glanced at Feng Si. Great. I know where there are jicama roots. I'll take you to dig them. While chatting, the two fell behind the team. Feng Si, entering the mountains for the first time, walked beside Bai Qingqing, and they entered the forest together. The trees were tall, and the grass and branches were messy, but along the way, Feng Si recognized several types of edible food. This area was a pine needle forest, with a thick layer of pine needles on the ground and several brown pine cones lying around, which no one was picking up. Feng Si stopped, bent down, picked up a pine cone, and threw it into her cloth bag. Her pupils suddenly constricted. Collected 1 point of dust breath. Gathering experience reached level 1. Space expanded to 1 square meter. The space got big. A surge of ecstasy flooded Feng Si's heart. She immediately checked the space internally. What was originally watermelon-sized had now become a square cabinet shape measuring 1 square meter. It was because she had just picked up a pine cone. Realizing this, Feng Si immediately reached for the pine cones scattered around. Bai Qingqing turned her head and saw Feng Si picking up the tatsi, and immediately stopped her. There's very little edible material inside these. They take up too much space, so it's not worth taking them back. All right. Feng Si changed the subject curiously. We come out to gather every day. Why don't we choose to farm or raise livestock? Feng Si finished picking up the pine cones on the ground, filling half her cloth bag. She had collected 16 points of dust breath, but the space had not expanded again. She figured she probably needed to collect a certain amount of dust breath before it would upgrade and expand again. Also, since gathering was mentioned, what about collecting other foods? Feng Si straightened up, carrying the half bag of pine cones, and walked over to Bai Qingqing. Seeing Feng Si follow, Bai Qingqing walked further into the forest, replying as she went. That's a strange idea. Food is everywhere in the forest, so why would we squeeze the beastman's living space even more? Besides, the meat we can eat comes from creatures even larger than male beasts, and they are incredibly ferocious. Subfemales couldn't possibly raise them. The male beasts can barely keep up with clearing the surrounding ferocious beasts, so farming is even less necessary. Feng Si had seen the size of the male beasts here. They were 10 times larger than in modern times. They'd be called monsters in the modern world. Creatures even larger than male beasts. When she traveled, riding the green ox beastman, they used wide asphalt roads, which must have been carefully maintained and opened by the authorities. So they didn't encounter any danger along the way. It seems the dangers of the wilderness in this world are far more terrifying than she imagined. Chapter 13. Isolating the entire world. Feng Si followed Bai Qingqing, the two of them not far from the main group. Occasionally, joyful sounds would drift from the forest, and Bai Qingqing would share her gathering experience with Feng Si as they walked. The two twisted and turned through the forest, pushing aside branches, and arrived at a slightly open area. A small patch of ground was covered in green leafy vines, their leaves heart-shaped and round. We're here. The jicama vines in this area are very sweet and delicious, Bai Qingqing said happily, putting down her basket, pulling out an iron knife, and bending down to cut the vines. Feng Si took out the dagger she had bought earlier, cut the vines, loosened the soil around them with the dagger, then gripped the base of the vines with both hands and pulled upwards with force. A cluster of fist-sized, Yellowish-brown tubers broke through the soil. After the dirt brushed off, there were 6 in total. And at the same time, a notification in her mind indicated that she had collected 6 dust breath. Feng-Si patted the dirt off the jicama in her hand and put it into her cloth bag. For this food, which was somewhere between a sweet potato and a potato, her craving for starch filled her with motivation. The two of them dug intently, and before long, Feng-Si's cloth bag was full. This time, a notification sound echoed in her mind again. Collected 100 dust breath. Gathering experience reached level 2, space expanded to 2 square meters. Acting with outsiders, Feng-Si found it inconvenient to use her space. She stood up holding her cloth bag and looked at Bai Qingqing, who was still digging jicama, saying, "Oh, go look around. I want to find some wild fruits." Bai Qingqing, not interested in fruits, didn't even lift her head. "Don't go too far. The sun will be strong soon, and we'll have to go back." Feng-Si hummed in response, carrying her cloth bag and walking into the forest. The moment her figure completely disappeared into the bushes, the contents of the cloth bag in her hand were also placed into her space. Folding the cloth bag and stuffing it into her clothes pocket, Feng-Si, with empty hands, pounded her waist. As she walked through the forest, she picked up all the fallen pine cones and put them into her space. Along the way, she picked some plants she recognized and threw them all into her space. She walked leisurely through the forest, pushing aside a clump of weeds taller than a person, and came face to face with 3 cat-eared subfemales. Each of their baskets was full. Feng-Si was half a head shorter than them, covered in dirt, but her hands were empty, making her look as frail as a female. "Have you not found anything to eat yet? It's almost time to go back," one of the round-eyed subfemales asked. "I found food," Feng-Si said. The round-eyed subfemale glanced at Feng-Si's disheveled appearance, then turned around, took a green root vegetable from her basket, and handed this daikon-like food to Feng-Si. "This is very filling if you boil it with water. You take it." All the food she had gathered was in her space, and she hadn't dug up this kind of green food before. She looked up and saw pity in the subfemale's round eyes. "It's a gift. The first time I came to the forest, I couldn't find anything to eat either." The round-eyed one forcefully put the green root into Feng-Si's hand and waved to her. "Come here, stay with us." The other two didn't object, tilting their heads to curiously examine the subfemale in front of them. Her skin was very fair, so the black spots on her face were obvious. She had very little strength, poor survival skills, and if she couldn't even take care of herself, her ability to raise cub would be even worse. How pitiful. It must be because she was too weak that her family kicked her out after she came of age. Moreover, she probably didn't know that a subfemale like her would also be very unpopular with male beasts. The two looked at Feng-Si sympathetically, thinking that such a weak subfemale, even after being driven out by her mother, hadn't given up and was struggling to survive, which truly made beasts feel a rare sense of pity. So they also invited Feng-Si to follow them. Feng-Si didn't know she was being pitied by the 3. Faced with kindness, she didn't refuse and followed behind the 3, walking forward. Her space was almost full. Next, she just needed to fill her cloth bag. Following the 3 subfemales, Feng-Si dug 2 more cloth bags full of green root vegetables before they finally started heading back. After walking for a while, various roars came from a direction not far away, followed by the sound of pounding on the ground. Male beasts are chasing a thick armored beast. Let's quickly hide behind the trees. The 3 experienced subfemales pulled Feng-Si and hid behind a thick tree. Feng-Si hid behind the tree, startled, hearing the increasingly close sounds, and couldn't help but peek out to look ahead. She saw a gigantic beast, over 8 meters long, running past. Its 4 limbs were thick, weighing at least 6 tons. Its clumsy body stumbled and fled, covered in bite marks, looking like it was struggling for its life. Trailing behind it, gray rats as large as cars quickly darted over, giving the beast no chance to breathe, leaping onto its body and biting down, holding on tightly. Bang! The giant creature fell to the ground, crushing a section of land, sending branches and leaves flying everywhere. Bright red blood flowed from beneath its dark skin onto the ground, staining the withered yellow pine needles. Feng-Si watched from behind the tree, her scalp tingling. Ah! Their prey was actually an ancient dinosaur. Fengxi's eyes widened, her expression somewhat disbelieving. She had previously thought that if her female identity were exposed and she couldn't adapt to the culture here, she could just take a space full of food and escape into the 100,000 Great Mountains, living alone in the wild forest, isolating the entire world. At this moment, she realized how foolish that idea was. The thick armored beast lay motionless on the ground. The gray rats transformed into muscular men. Some of them, holding sharp longbone knives, began to butcher the prey on the spot. The Empire recently conscripted another batch of warriors, and the adult male beasts in our city have decreased, almost allowing these big guys to break through the safe zone. When we go back, we must report to the Lord to increase patrol frequency, said the leader of the hunting team, Shuling, stepping on the thick armored beast's head. Who knows how the war with the northern wasteland is going? The reports say we've retreated to the base of Peak Mountain. They chatted while working quickly, first removing the internal organs and setting them aside, then separating the meat from the thick hide and storing them separately. The male beasts discussed the war with relaxed expressions, and Fengxi, after recovering behind the tree, listened with confusion. Another middle-aged voice immediately clarified for her. We will definitely win, with young Master Jie leading. After they finished butchering the thick armored beast, Shuling shouted to the 4 subfemales he had noticed hiding behind the tree. You all come out. It's time to go back anyway. I'll take you out of the mountain together. Uncle Ling, can you give each of us a small piece of bone with meat today? The cat-eared subfemale walked out from behind the tree, her eyes fixed on the pile of meat. Asking the mountain chief of the hunting team from the same building, Shuling looked over and saw an unfamiliar, slender subfemale. Just as he was about to refuse, his gaze froze. The other beastmen, carrying chunks of meat, also paused when they looked forward. Under the gaze of everyone, a chill rose from Fengxi's heart. No way. Was her female identity discovered? Chapter 14. Business opportunity for earning money. Fengxi's face was pale. Her body was frozen in place as if targeted by a fierce beast. The gray rats in front of her were as big as small cars. How could she escape their pursuit? If she didn't escape and her identity was discovered, would she be captured and locked up to bear cubs? Just as Fengxi thought she was doomed, the gray male beasts withdrew their gazes. One of them, a male beast rat named Shimu, carrying meat, laughed and said to his companion, You scared me. At first glance, I thought a female had appeared in such a dangerous forest. Turns out it's just a newly adult, short gray wolf subfemale. Fengxi. I'm the one who got truly scared. She has wolf ears, and there's no female pheromone scent on her. Shufeng wrinkled his nose. But it's strange to say, she has a very weak scent that also makes me feel afraid. Fengxi raised a hand to touch the fluffy ears on her head. She had observed that subfemales and females both had the appearance of human women. Although subfemales were taller and stronger than females, the most significant distinction was the partial beast transformation of their appearance. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. Fengxi lowered her hand, calmed herself, and looked back with a puzzled expression. Perhaps it's a mixed blood of the wolf tribe and other powerful beast tribes, someone in the crowd said, looking at the pair of gray wolf ears. Shuling heard this, thought it made sense, and dismissed his doubts. This new subfemale named Fengxi had paid a high price to buy the house above. Being able to produce such a large sum of money for powerful male beasts, to send their offspring out to be independent was not a new thing. You've come at a good time. Take these scraps of meat and divide them, Shuling said, pointing to the shredded meat placed on a large leaf. Normally, the meat from a hunted prey would be taken back by the hunting beastmen themselves, but today they had caught a big one. With a team of 100 beastmen, the armored beast, besides its skin and bones, yielded 5,000 kilograms of cut meat. 1,000 kilograms were confiscated, leaving each person with 80 jin of meat. Given the appetite of the gray rat tribe beastmen, 10 jin of meat a day was enough to fill them, so they didn't pay much attention to the few jin of shredded meat on the ground. These scraps of meat were insignificant to the beastmen. But for subfemales who couldn't hunt meat, they were good things that could only be bought with coin. Yay. Thank you, Uncle Ling. The cat-eared subfemale said joyfully, nudging Fengxi as a hint. The three of them took big steps and happily ran forward. The beastmen were not interested in the 4 subfemales in front of them. Carrying their meat, they began to form ranks and followed the main group out of the forest. The few of them quickly bent down, divided the meat into 4 portions, wrapped them in large leaves, tied them with grass stems, and hugged them in their arms as if they were treasures. Fengxi deliberately lingered at the very back, dragging 2 heavy bags of green root stems with both hands. She tried to stay away from the beastmen and walked towards her subfemale companions. The round-eyed subfemale was especially happy, also carrying Fengxi's packet of meat for her. The few who received unexpected meat followed the beastmen out of the mountain. Just then, her communicator on her wrist began to ring. It was Bai Qingqing notifying everyone to return to the team and go home. Fengxi's first wild foraging trip ended without incident, returning safely to the subfemale team and then safely home. Having almost had her female identity discovered and witnessing the cruel survival laws of this world firsthand, her heart was restless for a while. She walked straight to the kitchen with 2 large bags of green root stems. The kitchen utensils were neatly arranged and clean, emitting a unique metallic smell. Fengxi took a deep breath, placed the green root stems on the prep counter, took one out, washed it, and broke it. White water droplets quickly formed on the fractured surface. She leaned in and smelled a sweet fragrance. It was similar to sweet potatoes. This ingredient was everywhere. 2 large roots could be bought for 1 coin. She had picked about 20, not a large quantity. Why not cook them all, slice them, and sundry them into dried green sweet potato? Fengxi quickly began to prepare the food. This way, her anxious heart gradually calmed down during the food preparation. While the green tubers were cooking, Fengxi also took out all the food from her space and sorted them into piles by category. The most space-consuming were pine cones, the remaining jicama occupied a small portion, and the rest were wild vegetables and wild fruits, as well as the ginger and garlic sprouts she had picked as side dishes. The pine cones were taken to the upstairs lawn to dry, the jicama was put into the storage room, and some wild vegetables and wild fruits were kept for a few days' consumption. The rest were put into cloth bags, which Fengxi planned to take to the market on the first floor later. After doing all this, the green tubers were cooked. The entire kitchen was filled with a sweet aroma. Fengxi made do with eating half a green tuber to fill her stomach. There weren't many of the 20 or so green tubers. They were all spread out on a clean 2-meter bedsheet upstairs to dry. Half an hour later, Fengxi arrived on the first floor. This place was like a huge mall, with the doors of various shops wide open, offering all kinds of meat, vegetables, fruits, and everything imaginable. Ordinary meat was 55 coin per jean, and offal was 90 coin per jean. Fengxi bought 10 jean of meat with a good Fatolian ratio, spending 550 coin. Other types of meat were even more expensive depending on their tenderness. Compared to the expensive meat, vegetables were very cheap. A large bunch could be bought for 1 coin, and wild fruits were 2 coin a basket. Moreover, if she wanted to sell things here without a storefront, she would have to pay a 5 coin stall fee. She had to spend money before even earning any. The key was that her idea wasn't worth much. Fengxi estimated that these 2 bags of food were only worth 20 coin. She walked around the first floor once and then went home with the 2 bags of food. This trip wasn't entirely without harvest. There were also a few restaurants on the first floor. The food prices inside were very expensive, with 1 jean of ordinary meat costing 150 coin, 3 times the price outside. Despite being so expensive, the places were still packed with people. This indicated that as long as the food tasted good, there was no worry about not making money. And she was familiar with various modern signature dishes, so she had no trouble captivating the palates of the beastmen here. After Fengxi returned home, given the situation where the only seasoning was coarse salt, she decided what food to make. She took out the packet of shredded meat, picked out the larger, intact pieces, washed them, and placed them in a pot of cold water. Then she took out the ginger, washed it, peeled it, sliced it, and threw it into the pot. On the other side, she cut a small piece of fatty meat and fried it with ginger in an iron pot to render the fat. She then removed the rendered fat bits and ginger, chopped the garlic, rinsed it quickly, and fried it in the oil until fragrant and golden brown. She turned off the heat and added salt. By this time, the meat was stewed soft enough to be pierced with chopsticks. Feng Si picked out a piece, cut it into small chunks, dipped it in some crispy garlic, and put it in her mouth. The taste wasn't as good as modern food, but it was definitely much better than what she smelled in the shops. She could sell it tomorrow. Chapter 15. White cut meat. Early the next morning, Feng Si, who didn't need to go out foraging, still woke up early. She took out the 10 pounds of meat she bought yesterday, divided it into palm-sized pieces, and boiled them in a pot with ginger and coarse salt. Next, she washed the wild vegetables she had foraged yesterday. After stewing for 40 minutes, she carried the pot and cooking utensils up to the second floor where cooked food was sold. She paid 5 coins to a sub-female shop owner to occupy the spot in front of her store, and began setting up her stall. None of the passers-by stopped. The sub-female setting up a stall next door watched Feng Si's preparations. Seeing that her own wild vegetables were almost sold out while Feng Si hadn't even started business, a feeling of smugness arose in her heart. She deliberately raised her voice and muttered to herself, "Some people aren't much to look at, but they have greedy hearts. Selling stewed meat hurrido, they think they're a cook from the Lord's manor?" The sub-female selling wild vegetables at the stall on Feng Si's other side heard this, turned her head, and naturally saw who the shop owner was talking about. That sub-female was sitting alone, accompanied only by a hot pot, looking quite pitiful. She kindly advised, "You should find a good male beast to be your partner. Then you won't have to work so hard to earn money." Feng Si, right next door, heard this and felt like she was being cursed. She blinked. "Then why are you still setting up a stall? Is your own male beast not strong enough? Or do you have too many cubs, forcing you to work doubly hard selling wild vegetables? You don't recognize good intentions. I am a sub-female who has given birth 10 times. I'm teaching you this for your own good." That sub-female glared at Feng Si disdainfully. Feng Si sneered, "Forget it. You and I have no blood relation. Save that advice for your own cubs." The two sub-females were so angered they nearly toppled over, and they angrily spat threats. "Fine. I'd like to see you carry that pot back home later unsold." "Exactly. Your meat is super disgusting. Nobody will buy it." After speaking, the two glared fiercely at Feng Si. But Feng Si couldn't be bothered to respond. Feng Si sat on her small stool, completely unhurried. She lifted the lid, took a small piece of meat from inside, placed it on the cutting board in front of her, sliced it thinly, poured out some crispy garlic, and began eating her breakfast. A rough, booming voice sounded in front of her. "Your stewed meat smells so good. How much are you selling it for?" "Young man, that meat is ridiculously expensive. Don't be fooled." The sharp voice of the neighboring sub-female stall owner came from the side. Unexpectedly, the beast man in front of her had his eyes and heart completely drawn to the meat before him. He didn't hear her at all, or perhaps he heard but ignored her. He stood in front of the stall like a tall wall, looking down without moving. The sub-female stall owner, ignored by everyone, choked on her breath, making her chest feel even tighter. Feng Si put down the food in her hand and looked up. Standing before her was a tall, sturdy beast man with long canine teeth and a simple, honest face, staring intently at the meat slices in front of her. The meat slices had layers of fat and lean meat, and the top skin was semi-transparent. It smelled only of rich meat fragrance, without any of the fishy odor meat usually had. Dipped in a dark-colored seasoning with a unique aroma, it made any beast crave it enough to drool. This is called white-cut meat. This is a secret recipe that has been passed down for thousands of years in my hometown. One piece of meat is 299 coins, cash only. The price might be a little high, but this flavor is unique to this place. As soon as Feng Si finished speaking, 2 extremely loud gasps sounded simultaneously next door. "Oh my heavens! The cook from Lord Leopard of the city guard downstairs only charges 150 coins for a large piece of stewed meat. So expensive. That's too expensive. That price is enough to buy raw meat for a male beast's entire meal." The shouting and yelling of these two not only failed to drive away the customer in front of the stall, but also attracted the attention of others in the aisle. Hearing the absurd price, they stopped to watch. "That's right, expensive things have a reason to be expensive. Don't miss it if you pass by," Feng Si said, stirring the meat at the bottom of the pot with a spoon for the customer to see. The aroma of the meat diffused even further with the steam from the pot. The beastmen who stopped smelled the aroma in the air, and their eyes lit up. Someone in the crowd said, "It's ignorant to complain that the meat is expensive. Deer horn beast meat costs 2,000 coins per pound, so 299 coins isn't expensive. And crab horn beast meat is 3,000 coins per pound. Females love to eat it. Yes, ingredients aren't divided by high or low status. Only by taste. Good taste naturally deserves a higher price." Feng si secretly smiled. The onlookers sounded exactly like shills, but she really hadn't hired them. Seeing that their attempt to slander failed and instead turned into promotion for Feng Si, the two sub-females, who had unwittingly attracted attention for Feng Si, were so angry they nearly ground their teeth. They wanted to explain themselves, but the meat truly did smell fragrant. They awkwardly shut up, staring unwillingly at Feng Si's side. The Dog Clan beastman, Huang Wan, in front of the stall swallowed hard. He had just sold the soft-shelled turtle meat he hunted today, so he had coins in his pocket and could afford it. He handed 900 coins to Feng Si without blinking. "Give me 3 pieces, make the chunks a bit bigger." Taking the coins and giving the customer 3 coins in change, Feng Si was in a wonderful mood for her first order. She smiled and asked, "All right, eating here? Or do you need it packed?" "Eating here." Juan Juanan serdigerli. Feng Si first took out a plate, lined it with a few wild vegetable leaves, then scooped out the meat, sliced it thinly, and placed a small amount of crispy garlic next to it. Without needing her to hand it over, Huang Wan reached out to take the plate himself. He picked up a piece of white cut meat, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. The best part was the seasoning, crispy, toasted, and fragrant. Combined with the tender, chewy meat slices, it was so delicious his tongue felt like it might swallow itself. Huang Wan grinned, his eyes glowing green as he ate. He grabbed another large piece, dipped it in sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing rapidly. Holding half a plate of meat in one hand, he urgently pulled out a large wad of money from his pocket with the other. "Give me 10 more servings. 3,000 coins, keep the change." "All right." Feng Si took the money, counted the coins, and placed them in the pouch at her waist. She lifted the lid and began scooping out and slicing the meat, saying, "You can try wrapping the meat with wild vegetables. It gives a different, refreshing texture." Huang Wan immediately followed suit. The wild vegetables had no bitterness, and the taste of the meat remained unchanged, making even those who disliked wild vegetables find them delicious. He narrowed his eyes in enjoyment, and took another bite of the meat wrapped in wild vegetables. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd, especially the beastmen with keen noses, smelled the meat aroma wafting in the air, and uncontrollably rushed out of the crowd, bringing a large group of people to surround the stall. "Give me 2 servings too." "Heres 598 coins." "Give me 5 servings too." "Here are the coins, and put extra seasoning on mine." "Give me 3 servings. Extra seasoning, and line the plate with extra wild vegetables." The entire pot of meat, which had gone from having no inquiries to being sold out in the blink of an eye, didn't even have any soup left. The last customer paid an extra 50 coins to drink it all. Chapter 16. The secret recipe for making big money. Feng Si wiped the sweat from her brow, turned and saw the 2 shocked sub-females next door. She smiled gently. "It seems I misunderstood you. Thanks to both of you for drawing so many potential customers for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I would have been able to sell all the meat." The sub-female stall owner next door. "Damn it, these beastmen must have been poisoned into idiocy." Most of the surrounding crowd hadn't tasted the small pot of meat. They watched Feng Si begin to pack up, twitching their noses hard at the lingering aroma of meat in the air. Huang Wan craned his neck, looking at the empty bottom of the pot, smacking his lips with lingering satisfaction. "The meat you cook tastes really good. When will you set up your stall tomorrow?" "I'll come again." This time he was courting Tian Tian, a sub-female from the Black Dog tribe. He had been busy hunting meat to earn many coins, intending to buy gifts that would please Tian Tian. After tasting the white-cut meat from this stall, he couldn't wait to bring Tian Tian out this very afternoon. Such delicious food would surely make Tian Tian especially happy and satisfied. "The same time tomorrow. You are welcome to come and taste it again, Fengxi said with a smile. Huangwan received the news about the stall hours, smiled broadly, turned, and left. The crowd followed suit. Fengxi put the bowls and plates into the pot, returned the wooden bench and stall table to the shop owner of the shop behind her, and carried her cooking utensils home. A few customers stood at the stalls on either side of the shop, and pedestrians carrying large and small bags walked along the aisle. The sudden emptiness of this large area made uninformed people think the stall owner's business had failed completely. Having witnessed Fengxi go from having no customers to everyone scrambling for her goods in just half an hour, the two sub-females felt intensely jealous. What white cut meat? I think it's just boiled meat, isn't it? As if anyone couldn't do that, said Bai Dan, the sub-female stall owner on the left who had no customers, rolling her eyes. Bai Qi, the sub-female on the right who also had no customers, walked over. Their relationship wasn't good originally, but now that they shared a common enemy, they started finding each other agreeable. They were extremely envious that the white-cut meat had been completely snatched up. She raised her hand in agreement. We helped draw those customers for her. We'll do the same tomorrow. Instead of selling wild vegetables, we'll sell boiled meat. Bai Dan looked at Bai Qi, her eyes shining as if she had found a best friend. She suggested a plan. Let's follow her and see what kind of meat she buys. We'll buy the same thing, and the food will be identical to hers. We'll see who can outsell whom tomorrow. Bai Qi slapped her thigh, smart. Wait for me, I'll pack up my stall, and then we'll follow her now. Fengxi followed the crowd, carrying her cooking utensils toward the first floor where she had bought meat yesterday. She planned to buy the pig skin and belly meat from yesterday. Her purse was bulging, giving her great motivation, but as she walked, both of her arms started aching. It was too heavy. She set the pot beside her legs, lowered her eyes, and rubbed her aching wrists, thinking that she should custom make a long carrying pole later. Carrying things on her shoulder would be much easier. Fengxi. A cheerful, clear call sounded from behind her. It sounded familiar. They must have talked recently. Fengxi turned her head. Separated by a few people, she first saw a pair of pointed orange cat ears, followed by a pair of round eyes. It was the sub-female who had taken her to dig green tubers, and who had given her a large bag of meat. She smiled. Mao Qiu, what a coincidence. Mao Qiu was carrying a back basket filled high with food. It weighed no less than 50 kilograms, yet her steps were light and effortless. She walked over, saw the pot by Fengxi's legs, which was heading in the direction of the first floor, and effortlessly picked it up. Are you going to the first floor? I happen to be going to sell the green tubers I dug yesterday. Let's go together. Fengxi looked at the other party easily lifting the 10+ gene of cooking utensils, and then looked at the arms that were similar in size to her own. Female bodies were truly too delicate. Sighing softly, Fengxi nodded slightly. What is the price of green tubers? Mao Qiu replied excitedly. 2 coins per root, but the green milk fruit in my back basket is valuable. Newborn cubs need to drink it, so everyone is willing to spend money. They can sell for 5 coins each. Looking at Fengxi, who was asking about the price, she suddenly remembered that Fengxi had also dug up quite a bit yesterday. She understood. Green tubers were popular with cubs because of their consistently soft and waxy texture. Moreover, she had a good quantity, so selling them wouldn't be a problem. She asked, are you going to bring your green tubers down? Should I help you sell them? Hearing this, Fengxi looked up. The sub-female in front of her was enthusiastically offering to help her and make money together, even though Mao Qiu also needed to set up a stall to earn coins. Fengxi, should we split the stall fee? Mao Qiu's gaze fell on Fengxi's face, her round eyes slightly surprised. No need. I have to pay 5 silver coins anyway. Whether you come or not. Surprise flashed in Fengxi's eyes. Why are you helping me so much? It was the same yesterday, and it's the same today. Mao Qiu smiled sheepishly. I don't know either. Maybe it's because I have 7 sub-female sisters, and am used to taking care of people. When I see you doing things slowly, I just want to help, hee. Accepting the kindness offered by the other party, Fengxi thought for a moment. I want to keep mine to eat myself. I've also been selling cooked meat at a stall recently. I'll take all the food in your back basket. I need to buy some meat now. Wait for me here for a bit. I'll come back for you later. Mao Qiu was stunned for a moment. Her gaze fell on the slender, flat waist of the cotton-clad, wool-furred subfemale next to her. You want to buy so many green fruits? Have you given birth to several cubs? Feng Si. Feng Si shook her head. This was how people here showed concern for cubs. The conversation never strayed far from them. There was no need to waste more words explaining. The reason she bought everything was that she wanted Mao Qiu to help her deliver the goods, as she couldn't carry so much herself. Leaving Mao Qiu to wait, Feng Si, with her hands free, walked quickly and soon arrived at the meat stall on the first floor. Given that the white-cut meat sold well today, 10 jin of meat divided into 30 pieces sold for a total of 8,970 coins, it was truly a highly profitable business. For this purchase, Feng Si asked the stall owner to cut the meat blocks as she instructed. A large 30 jin piece of pork belly. She didn't buy more. She was only one person, and with her current stamina, preparing that much would be exhausting, and she wouldn't be able to carry it. Having earned many coins in one day, Feng Si was willing to spend money to improve her stall equipment. The bowls and plates that she had to move up and down today added a lot of weight. Moreover, since she only had 4 bowls, the bowls used by customers had to be washed with water on the spot before being used to hold meat again, which was inconvenient and time-consuming. She definitely had to replace them. She had already decided on the serving containers. She could switch to much lighter large leaves. She hadn't gathered anything in the wild yesterday, so besides buying meat, she spent 6 coins to buy 12 large, wide leaves, like those of a banana tree. When she got home, she would clean them and cut them into appropriate sizes to hold the meat. In the future, she wouldn't have to wash bowls anymore. After Feng Si finished her purchases, she went back to find Mao Qiu, and the two of them headed back toward the lift. In the crowd not far behind them, 2 pairs of eyes excitedly stared at the things Feng Si bought, secretly noting everything down. Their eyes uncontrollably bloodshot and red. Getting rich, it's our turn. Chapter 17. The appearance of imitators. Huang Wan and the other male beasts had tasted the white-cut meat, and the garlicky fragrance of the meat lingered in their mouths for a long time. Even a burp smelled of meat, making the male beasts miss it even more. As soon as they left Feng Si's stall, Huang Wan and the others looked at each other. Should we hunt a violent ox beast together, sell it, and come back tomorrow to eat meat? Everyone readily agreed. At the hottest time of day, high noon, when all the male beasts were resting in the shade, several of them immediately reported to the mountain chief that they were leaving the city. This caused their acquaintances in the market to be puzzled. Hearing their conversation, they stopped and stood around, listening intently. The general mountain chief of the 13th district hunting team was a middle-aged yellow lion. He was feeling a bit drowsy and, hearing Huang Wan and the others, he yawned lazily. Going hunting in such hot weather. Did one of you meet a female? Working so hard to earn coins. Hee, no female, but we encountered delicious white-cut meat. Huang Wan, as their representative, said to the mountain chief on the light screen. White-cut meat? What white-cut meat? Someone nearby exclaimed. A female's name? The general mountain chief sat up in surprise, his voice almost a roar. There really is a female here. Nantung City was geographically very barren. The empire's treatment of females was extremely generous. As soon as a female was born, she had the option to lead her entire family to a prosperous land for free. People always strive for higher places, and male beasts are not foolish. Male beasts also choose to strive for higher places. Therefore, the number of females in the entire city could be counted on one's fingers. Aside from nobles, common male beasts had almost no chance to approach females. Nantung City was the most peaceful territory in the entire southern wilderness. And the real reason was here, because the sound from the light screen was externalized, and the market was bustling with people. The news that there was a female in the 13th Mountain District instantly caused an uproar. What? A female? Where? Has the beast god finally favored our 13th Mountain District? And a female appeared here? I am White Bear. As the male beast with the strongest combat power in the 13th Mountain District, the female's mating rights belong to me. Damn it, don't even think about it. Say that again after you beat me. Among the crowd in the market, Someone suddenly tore open their shirt, revealing a body full of muscular physique. Their arched back was like a prelude to an attack. Others stepped back, their eyes showing ferocity, ready to fight if it came to that. Huang Wan's group was a bit stunned. Seeing that a physical fight was about to break out, Huang Wan quickly shouted, "No female, only delicious food. The white cut meat is super delicious." The crowd, having heard clearly, froze. They looked at Huang Wan and his group, then at themselves who were about to brawl over news of a female, and fell into an awkward silence. "We don't believe it. What kind of white cut meat has the charm of a female?" The next morning, among the many stalls on the second floor of the market, there were 3 stalls selling white cut meat, all located in the same area. In front of 2 of the stalls stood a young sub-female, enthusiastically and loudly shouting to the passing crowd, "Super fragrant and delicious white cut meat, 200 coins apiece. Limited quantity, first come, first served for a full mouth." Such hawking naturally attracted the attention of passers-by, but after glancing at the boiled meat in the pot, they turned their heads back, uninterested. However, some people had heard about the commotion on the second floor yesterday caused by the white cut meat. 200 coins was not expensive for a single male beast who didn't need to support a family. So a few beast men came to the stalls, bought a piece of white cut meat, and decided to try it. With wild vegetables as a base, and meat cut into thin slices, placed directly on the bowl, Bai Dan imitated Feng Si's plating from yesterday and served it to the customer. After successfully selling a few portions, Bai Dan and Bai Qi were full of swagger, their eyes constantly watching Feng Si. Their gaze held a hint of provocation, as if to say, "Look at me, I'm selling white cut meat today too. What can you do about it?" As for the sub-females on both sides who followed the trend, Feng Si had no interest in arguing with them. She lowered her head, focusing on arranging the food at her stall. The stalls on both sides continued to sell a few more portions, and then the number of people in front of the white cut meat stalls gradually decreased. Huang Wan arrived with Tian Tian. Before they even got close, just looking at the white cut meat stalls on both sides, he couldn't stand it anymore. At this moment, someone was buying white cut meat. He immediately walked and turned his head to the person there, shouting, "Hey brother, you've gone to the wrong stall. This is the white cut meat from yesterday's place." That person turned around. It was White Bear, a mid-level combatant, named Xiong Nung. He and Huang Wan were both leaders of hunting teams and knew each other. Just as he was about to leave, a sub-female next to him grabbed his sleeve. Could it be that the young sub-female just now took a fancy to him? Xiong Nung turned back, meeting a face with a very fawning smile, and wordlessly pulled his sleeve back from the middle-aged sub-female's hand. Bai Dan enthusiastically said, "What I sell is the same white cut meat as hers. And the price is 99 coins cheaper than hers. Everyone was buying from me just now." Feng Si raised an eyebrow, suddenly interjecting, "The price is cheaper, but is the taste the same?" Bai Dan glared over. Seeing it was Feng Si, she immediately replied with full confidence, "Of course the taste is the same. The same meat, the same method." Bai Qi also spoke up. "I know you're jealous that our business is better than yours, but don't even think about stopping us from setting up a stall here. I have many family members, so I'm not afraid of you." Hearing the dispute, people who love to watch a good show immediately stopped and gathered around. They had vaguely heard about the white cut meat, that it almost made the male beasts fight. "Let me see how delicious it is." They looked at the 3 stalls, standing hesitantly. 2 were 200 coins, 1 was 299 coins. It seemed like a standoff. Under everyone's gaze, Feng Si smiled. "How could I have the right to stop them? It's just that everyone can buy meat. The reason white cut meat is sold so expensively is, of course, because of the taste of the food." She turned and glanced at both of them, her tone rising. "Right? It's their business if others want to buy. What does it matter if you're right or not?" Bai Dan puffed out her chest. Feng Si was not annoyed and slowly said, You're right. People aren't fools willing to be played with. I guarantee here that if the taste of the white cut meat is very common, and doesn't meet your expectations, I am willing to compensate 10 times the price." As soon as these confident words came out, the originally hesitant crowd began to move towards Feng Si's stall in the middle. Bai Dan and Bai Qi widened their eyes and looked at Feng Si. What does that mean? How can you sell food with a compensation guarantee? The two who couldn't understand this trick looked at the wallets on everyone's waists, unwilling to give up this big bite, and also began to scramble to say, if the meat I make isn't delicious, I'll also compensate 10 times. Their words still salvaged a few customers. After all, their prices were cheaper. And hadn't everyone just said they guaranteed the taste was excellent? Chapter 18. Digging a shallow pit for you. Xiong-nung was not a particularly gluttonous beast, but smelling the rich aroma of meat in the air, and already standing in front of Baidan's stall, he decided not to be picky. He handed the coin to the stall owner. Give me one portion. All right, I'll fish out a big piece for you. Baidan took the coin with a face full of joy and began cutting the meat, her eyes glancing toward Feng Si's side. There were people in front of Feng Si's stall, but there was also quite a crowd at Bai Qi and Baidan's side. Especially since Feng Si was actually using leaves to serve the meat today, it was simply cheap. Baidan sneered inwardly, you had your pork belly snatched away by me. And in the future, I'll steal all your business too. That's right, in her mind, the cooking method wasn't the issue. It was just the difference between boiling or stewing the male beast's meat. Meat with 3 layers of fat and 3 layers of lean, when boiled, was indeed delicious and tender enough to joke, every female would love it. Baidan confidently handed over the plate in her hand, a wide smile on her face, and then lowered her head to continue preparing the next portion. Business was good. Xiong-nung took the bowl and plate, casually picked up a piece of meat to eat, and immediately frowned. Damn, this tastes terrible. He really wanted to snatch those 200 coins back. Wasn't this just boiled meat? You just said if it tastes bad, you'd refund 10 times the amount. Give me back 2,000 coins, or I'll break your legs. Xiong-nung, who ate meat often, slammed the plate heavily onto Baidan's stall. The customers currently eating felt the meat was okay, but the taste was no different from what their families cooked. They also felt that if this ordinary meat was sold for 200, they might as well go to the shop downstairs to sit and eat. They felt cheated and very angry. Following Xiong-nung, they put down their bowls and clamored for compensation. Otherwise, they wouldn't let them even return home. The same demand for compensation also happened at Bai Qi's stall. When they put the food in their mouths, they discovered it didn't taste like the smell in the air, and they weren't having it either. My coins were all earned with blood in the forest. Why should I be cheated by a middle-aged sub-female? Hurry up and pay up. Baidan and Bai Qi were dumbfounded. They had only sold 2,000 coins worth of food so far, and they hadn't even earned back the money spent on the meat. How could they have to pay compensation now? Baidan paniqued. She turned her head, and saw that only Feng Si's stall had customers who weren't causing a scene. And she was still collecting money. A flash of realization struck her, recalling the silence when Feng Si saw them selling white-cut meat this morning. And then her sudden interjection. It must have been Feng Si who deliberately spoke up to make them pay compensation. Otherwise, once food was sold, it was sold. What kind of logic was there to pay 10 times the amount in compensation? Facing the tall and fierce male beast, they dared not speak, only daring to point their fingers at a fellow sub-female. Baidan pointed at Feng Si and said, she is the one who sold white-cut meat, and she is the one who said to pay 10 times the amount. If she pays, I'll pay. That's right, we all followed her method. If there's compensation, she should pay first. Bai Qi chimed in with a crying tone. Everyone looked toward Feng Si. It was true she was the one who first brought up the compensation. But you didn't buy white-cut meat from me, Feng Si said with a calm expression. If the customers at my stall feel cheated, I would of course pay compensation without saying a word, otherwise, you could break my legs. Baidan was extremely angry. Look. Her words were clearly inciting them to break her own legs. Bai Qi also realized this and glared angrily at Feng Si. Feng Si looked relaxed and was continuing to cut meat for her customers. Tian ate the white-cut meat in her mouth, her eyes bright. I'm very satisfied. The 2 stalls next door don't have this seasoning. You wanted to steal her business, but unfortunately, you didn't learn how to make this kind of seasoning. This is truly delicious when dipped with meat. Even at the Lord's banquet, you can't eat this. I could eat it for a lifetime and never get tired of it. Huang Wan exaggeratedly ate half a plate in a row. Other customers eating could tell how satisfied they were with the white cut meat made by this subfemale, just by watching them stuff meat into their mouths. As for the people at the two stalls, a total of 4 had been tricked. Others hadn't paid yet, and comparing it to the long line in front of Feng Si's stall, they felt a mix of anger and shame for having been tricked into coming over. They stared coldly at the stall owners. It didn't matter before, but now they insisted on compensation. Bai Dan, being stared at, cried and stammered. I don't have money. No money? Then go home and get it. Xiong Nung said angrily. It was all this subfemale's fault for pretending. It caused his nose to lose a round of olfactory judgment in front of Huang Wan's nose. This was a huge deal. In the future, when out in the wild, if there was a discrepancy in detecting danger, wouldn't Huang Wan use this against him? Bai Dan and Bai Qi had their shop smashed by the male beast less than half a morning after opening. They were forced to go home to pay compensation. On their first day of business, not only did they not earn any money, but they actually lost several thousand coins. Feng Si watched everything happen and laughed coldly in her heart. Was her business that easy to steal? It wasn't just force that could kill. The weak could also use words to kill and hurt people. She hoped the beast men lurking around who thought of her as a soft target would see the fate of these two subfemales, and be sensible enough not to provoke her again. Otherwise, Qi Jia took off his coat, threw it to the subordinate behind him, and walked into the room without looking back, the door closing behind him. He lowered his eyes and raised his hand, his fingertips tapping lightly on the light screen. Then unbuttoned the collar at his neck with one hand. The cold electronic communication call emitted a buzzing sound, breaking the silence that had lasted for a long time in the room. He sat casually in the chair, his posture relaxed. He didn't look at all like he had just come down from a battlefield of blood and corpses, but rather like a general who had just returned from a banquet. Bus. Young master, greetings. In Kong's voice was a bit weak. Left behind in Song City, he never imagined that he, who was always victorious in battle, would be stuck looking for a red-haired female for so long. Have you found her? A figure condensed in midair. Danger surged with the cold voice, instantly occupying the entire spacious room. In Kong was panicking greatly at this moment. The 2 dark circles under his eyes proved how diligent he had been. He lowered his head in a submissive and obedient posture. You're female, she has not been found yet. But I have already mobilized the Song City garrison to expand the search range. Investigate the females on the roads leading to the main city from all areas. Qi Jia's pair of golden eyes looked over, and even through the light screen, one could feel the cold light within them. In Kong was pierced by it and shuddered, quickly acknowledging the order. Yes, young master. When the figure in the light screen disappeared, he felt his forehead was covered in cold sweat. All his fatigue dissipated along with the chill rising from his heart. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and regardless of the late night, he headed toward the Song City Lord's mansion. 10 minutes later, the Lord Black Snake, who had been woken up in the middle of the night by his subordinate, took a deep breath, climbed out of the arms of his gentle subfemale, and hurried toward the first-floor reception hall. Standing on the stairs, he recognized the distinguished guest who had come in the middle of the night, and a smile piled up on his aged face. Sir, your presence at the Lord's mansion is truly a great fortune for our clan. Chapter 19. Sick? In Kong couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and said coldly, I checked the birth register for females and the recent list from the sacrificial hall. There were 2 females from the Red Fox tribe, so why was only one listed? Where is that high-level female? The black snake immediately broke into a cold sweat. Under that sharp, blade-like gaze, his dirty thoughts felt as if they were laid out in the sunlight, and he was terrified. It's over. Had the Foam family climbed such an incredible high branch? The black snake's heart was about to burst with fear, and his body stiffened into a long strip under In Kong's gaze, not daring to move. Yet he dared not refuse to answer, trying his best to steady his anxious form. He found the answer he had already prepared. His voice trembling with hard to conceal fear, he said she said she was moving to the main city and took her identity tag with her. In Kong's fierce eyes lowered slightly. A high-level female's identity tag was a mechanical necklace that recorded the proof of identity given by the priest. With this, The main city would arrange housing for the high-level female. In Kong felt this female was the most likely candidate. He had already sent people to set up checkpoints in towns leading to the main city from various places. Coming here was just to confirm it once more. He did not linger, turned around, and left, intending to go personally monitor the checkpoints leading to the main city. And the Feng Lian family, who were considered the most likely to be the female the young master was looking for, were indeed heading toward the main city. The penniless family of 8 couldn't afford to buy a residency like Feng Si did, which at least provided the status of a high-level female, and allowed her to take her family to the main city. By attending the female's sacrificial banquet day, with the status of a high-level unmarried female, one could receive special housing arrangements in the main city. Before reaching the main city, with only one male beast, the Feng Lian family left the mountains of Tsang City, and could only choose to walk on small paths beside the main roads where there were many beasts. They didn't dare enter any cities, nor did they dare take a carriage. Therefore, they were completely unaware that someone was currently looking for their family. In the forest, lush branches blocked the scorching sunlight, and the hot steam rising from the ground made the air in the woods stuffy and humid. Feng Huan's face was as dark as storm clouds, looking like a downpour was imminent. Sitting on the back of a gray wolf, she said viciously, "Damn it. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and not tied her up back then. I risked my life to give birth to her, and she's just here to collect debts." That's why she was so disobedient, not following her arrangements to obediently marry in her place, and even causing her to lose a female, which equaled a huge sum of money. If not for her running away, since she had given birth to the high-level female Feng Lian, how could their journey to the main city have become so wretched? It should have been glorious, with all the beasts escorting them along the way. Feng Luan wiped the sweat from her face. The large backpack on her back made it hard for her to breathe. Walking on the side, she also grew more and more resentful toward Feng Si. She said viciously, "Feng Si is a lone female without an identity tag, and she has no money. She definitely won't have a good end. It was definitely going to be much more miserable than her own life." Identity tag. Feng Huan's murky yellow eyes rolled. She took out 2 thumb-sized gray metal vials from her bosom. On one of the vials, Feng Si's identity information and reproductive level were engraved, and the vial contained the female's pheromones and blood. It was issued to Feng Si after being tested by the Tsang City Sacrificial Hall. After Feng Si returned home, she had collected it on her behalf. Previously, Feng Si had fled in a hurry and hadn't taken anything with her. A flash of joy suddenly crossed Feng Huan's mind. Why not take a sub-female to replace the female? The more Feng Huan thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She lowered her head and looked at the 5 sub-females walking beside her, hardening her heart. Now that the Feng female was her loss to be lost as well? Feng Luan, I'll give you a chance to become Feng Si. Everyone's footsteps paused. Feng Luan looked up in disbelief. Me disguised as a female? No. Feng Huan's face fell. You look like Feng Si. You just need to have your ears removed cleanly. It will take us a month to get from here to the main city. By then, the wound on your head will have healed under your hair. She continued, your brother will take the softest beast ears, carve them into the shape of a female's ears, wrap them with skin from your thighs, and hide them behind your hair. Your appearance will be indistinguishable from a female. Feng Lian looked at her with pity. Sister Feng Lun, endure the pain for a bit, and afterwards, you can live a wonderful life. Feng Luan was shocked and struggled. If I am discovered, impersonating a female is a capital offense. Feng Huan said, with Feng Si's identity tag. As long as you don't go for testing, how could it be discovered? There were plenty of sub-female daughters. If it didn't work, she could just take another low-level beastman and keep giving birth. If Feng Luan was discovered, it would be Feng Lun's own crime alone. While she would gain an extra 100,000 coins every year, and could also take the opportunity to collect a large sum of marriage fees when Feng Si found a partner. Thinking of this, an impatient look appeared on Feng Huan's face. She directed the other sub-female daughters, hold her down. Feng Kai, you do it later. Cut the ears off cleanly. The sub-female daughters nearby obediently held Feng Luan down. Feng Luan did not struggle. She thought with a pale face. when a female had not entered her heat period. There was no way to distinguish her status other than verifying it at the sacrificial hall. This identity tag was just proof of the female's level. From now on, she would be Feng Si. After that incident, some sub-females were jealous and tried selling white-cut meat themselves, but ended up losing money. Feng Si's cooked food stall's reputation grew even more. The nearby sub-females only dared to watch from afar, and didn't dare to easily follow suit, and set up stalls selling cooked meat. She didn't know how Bai Dan and Bai Chi were doing. They hadn't set up their stalls today. When Feng Si came out to set up her stall the next day, 1 or 2 spots next to her were empty. Things were quite calm on Feng Si's side, and she was in a pretty good mood. Because of her unique white cut meat, in these 2 days, she earned 35,880 coins. After deducting the cost of purchasing the raw ingredients, it was simply profiteering. This morning, it was her turn to go out gathering. She had only been in Nantung City for a few short days and already had her own companions, Mao Qiu, Mao Lian, and Manhwa, a family of 3 sisters. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Feng Si gave the cloth bag she had promised to Bai Qingqing last time, then carried her small basket, and entered the woods with the 3 Mao sisters. On the way, she picked up pine cones and tossed them into her space, listening to the notification sounds in her mind. Thinking that collecting dust breath could expand her space, Feng Si felt incredibly happy inside. Seeing the freckled sub-female bending over from time to time but picking up nothing, Mao Qiu fell a step behind to wait for her and advised, "The rainy season is coming soon. The gathering team will stop then, and green tubers can only be stored for 10 days. You should hoard food and switch to cool tubers, which last longer." Last time she bought Mao Qiu's green tubers. This time, before setting off, she still set the team's target on green tubers. Whatever they gathered, after deducting the green tubers that needed to be turned in, she would buy them all. With others around, it was inconvenient for her to use her space to store things. Feng Si straightened her back, and was just about to speak when suddenly a wave of nausea and retching washed over her. Chapter 20. Don't let your imagination run wild. Feng Si raised a hand to her chest and bent over, dry heaving a few times with a pained expression. Mao Qiu was startled and quickly stepped in to support Feng Si. "Are you okay?" Feng Si pursed her lips, rubbed her slightly uncomfortable stomach, and shook her head. "I'm fine. I probably ate something wrong this morning." In the morning, she had tasted the dried green sweet potato she had sun-dried a few days ago. It was slightly sweet and chewy, with a texture similar to modern dried sweet potato, though not as sweet or sticky, and it was a bit tough on the jaw for her. She had suddenly craved dried green sweet potato at the time, so she ate 2 large handfuls in the morning. She figured the food was too hard and her stomach hadn't digested it well. After all, she currently possessed the body of the weakest female. As for the dried green sweet potato, she hadn't liked dried sweet potatoes before, but now she inexplicably loved them. She could earn money from her stall, and she could afford to buy food to store. Indulging herself a little for the sake of this taste was something she could afford. After being dried like this, they wouldn't just last for 10 days, they could easily last for half a year. Feng Si dismissed her concern. Once the nausea passed, her mind immediately returned to food. "I want to buy more green tubers. I love them." She pulled her arm back, thought for a moment, and asked, "How long does the rainy season last here?" Looking at the sub-female's dark, sparkling eyes, Mao Qiu couldn't bring herself to keep nagging. Who didn't have a few small indulgences? The rainy season lasts for 40 days, followed by the cold season with heavy snow. We don't have the habit of hibernating, but the forest prey does. So everyone stocks up on at least 4 months' worth of food in advance. Feng Si walked forward, calculating in her mind. This place was different from the modern world. Besides having 2 suns in the sky, each year was divided into 13 months, with each month having 40 days, and each day lasting about 25 hours. The cold season was 4 months, the rainy season was 2 months, and the rest was the long dry season. Manhwa, who was waiting for them to catch up, added, "You can buy nutrient cans to store. A sub-female eats 2 cans a day, though the taste is terrible." Upon hearing the mention of nutrient cans, Feng Si's stomach churned, and she felt like vomiting again. "What's wrong?" Mao Qiu, who was walking beside her, couldn't help but feel worried. Why don't you go find Mountain Chief by Qingqing now and have her send you to the sacrificial hall to get checked out, and buy some herbs? The sacrificial hall? If she got checked there, wouldn't her identity as a female be exposed? And her location revealed? She would have to be crazy to walk right into a trap. Fengxi lowered her hand and smiled, refusing. I'm really fine. It's just that hearing about the nutrient cans and thinking of their taste made me feel nauseous. The nutrient cans taste pretty good, actually. Manhwa tilted her head. Although they are synthetic meat, they are customized by the sacrificial hall according to the substances needed by the beastmen's bodies. It's healthier than just eating meat, Mao Lian added with a nod. I've never heard of anyone wanting to vomit just from hearing about nutrient cans. Seeing a trainee priest at the sacrificial hall for a medical checkup isn't expensive. It only costs 10 coins, and the herbs aren't pricey either. Mao Qiu looked back at Fengxi as she walked. The three of them looked at Fengxi with confusion. If you're sick, you should see a doctor. You can't just drag it out and let your body suffer. Fengxi kept her head down, watching the road. If she kept pushing back, it would start to look suspicious. Fengxi perked up, her smile as light as the breeze of the early dry season. We're almost at the spot to dig for green tubers. Since we're already here, if I'm still feeling unwell after I finish digging and get home, I'll go to the sacrificial hall myself. The three subfemales of the Mao family. That made a lot of sense. They had already arrived at the green tuber field. Leaving without digging would feel like a huge loss. The three stopped trying to persuade her, and Fengxi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After walking for a while, they reached a valley where the 100 myrtle pine trees turned into short, stunted pines, and a patch of withered, messy low shrubs grew on a grassy area. This was their destination for today. To pull green tubers from the ground and fill their baskets. Fengxi walked into the grass. When she bent over, her stomach felt constricted, causing her to swallow uncomfortably. Without the shade of the trees, the sunlight became bright. Mao Qiu turned to look at Fengxi. The subfemale's skin was very fair, but her face was covered in dense black spots, making her usually crimson lips look somewhat pale. Fengxi smelled the heat rising from the ground. The earthy smell was musty and unpleasant. She covered her mouth and nose, her brows furrowing deeply. Seeing this, Mao Qiu ran over and rubbed Fengxi's back. A scene of her own subfemale mother suffering from morning sickness while pregnant flashed through her mind, and she subconsciously blurted out, "If you didn't currently have a partner, I would have thought you were pregnant." Fengxi froze. Had there been any intimate behavior with a partner before this? She shivered uncontrollably in the sweltering heat, her throat feeling dry. Impossible. It was absolutely impossible for her to be pregnant. She had checked online long ago. Females with low fertility were extremely difficult to get pregnant. For example, the mother of this body, who was an intermediate-level female, was around 300 years old. She was already 236 years old. And from the time she reached adulthood at 20 until now, she had only given birth to 9 offspring, which showed just how difficult it was for a female to conceive. Even those classified as special-grade females here needed 3 to 5 heat seasons to have a chance of conceiving a single fetus. As a low-grade female, she didn't deserve that. If it were that easy to get pregnant, she would have long become the female protagonist that beastmen fought over for her fertility, with all the handsome young men lining up for her to choose from. Would she still need to be hiding here, miserably digging for green tubers just to avoid the powerful? Thinking this, Fengxi's heart instantly calmed down. She straightened her back, looked at Mao Qiu, and shook her head with a smile, even finding the mood to be playful. I actually wish I had that kind of luck. Mao Qiu chuckled as well. A newly adult subfemale wouldn't get pregnant that easily. Not wanting to discourage her good friend, she awkwardly changed the subject. Let's dig for green tubers. Fengxi nodded, and the 4 of them focused on pulling green tubers. Midway through, when the 3 Mao family subfemales went to pick green fruit, Fengxi stepped away for a while. She picked some wild fruit and dug up some ginger and wild garlic in the forest, then returned to that small plot of land alone, and pulled some more green tubers. She upgraded her space to 3 square meters and filled it to the brim. When she was busy, She didn't think about vomiting anymore. By the time she had filled the 2 empty bags she was carrying in her small basket, the 3 Mao family sub-females had returned. They followed the gathering team back to 13 Mountains without incident. Then, as previously agreed, she collected the green tubers and green fruit gathered by the small team. In total, there were 236 roots and 73 green fruits, which cost 837 coins. Unable to stop, and thinking about the rainy season arriving in another 30 or so days, she checked her balance and planned to start storing food for the cold season in batches. She went downstairs and bought 330 caddies of pigskin beast meat and 30 caddies of salt balls. Salt balls were very expensive. 1/2 caddy cost 50 coins, but she couldn't avoid buying a decent amount if she wanted to do business involving food. After having the stall owner deliver the goods, she ordered 300 caddies of meat from an acquaintance for tomorrow, and also purchased the items she needed for her stall tomorrow. Chapter 21. Huge shock. Fengxi was busy from the moment she returned home in the morning until noon. Obviously, all the chaotic thoughts disappeared when she was busy, but the moment she stopped, Mao Qiu's words about morning sickness kept echoing in her mind. Feeling restless and uneasy, Fengxi instinctively opened the light screen. She started searching for pregnancy symptoms. Dizziness, fatigue, nausea, vomiting, drowsiness. Searching for symptoms online was truly like searching for ailments in the modern era where cancer is the starting point. The more she looked, the more the symptoms matched, and she seemed to have every single one. Fengxi rubbed her forehead. After checking online, she saw that everyone's posts started with the sacrificial hall confirmed pregnancy. So she simply posted an anonymous inquiry online. I suspect I might be pregnant. Besides the sacrificial hall, are there any other methods? Since the post was about pregnancy, answers quickly flooded in. How lucky do you think you are to be carrying a cub? Suspected. Are you some precious female that needs testing at the sacrificial hall? As a sub-female, stop pretending to be a female online. Just buy a pregnancy testing machine outside the sacrificial hall. It won't cost you 10 coin. Pretending to be a female on the light screen. I hope you never carry a cub in your life. Fengxi stared at the words pregnancy testing machine, losing the mood to read the other unfriendly comments. After much deliberation, she grabbed her motorcycle keys and ran up to the attic. 10 coin for peace of mind, she could afford it. 40 minutes later, Fengxi, who had rushed from North District 13 Mountains to East District 1 Mountain and back, sat on the sofa, clutching the 2-finger-wide pregnancy testing machine in her hand. The pregnancy testing machine was white, with the pointed half serving as the display screen. Having followed the instructions, she was now waiting for the 1-minute test result. After a long minute, seeing the bright red text appear on the light screen, Fengxi froze completely. No way. Carrying an egg? It must have been a mistake in the test. It definitely was. Fengxi looked down, her face full of shock, as if she had been struck by lightning on a clear day. White background, red text. Embryo detected, an egg-laying cub. Fengxi. Oh my god. Looking again, Fengxi thought there must be something wrong with her eyes. She then impulsively used all 5 testing machines she had purchased, and the results displayed were still the same. She hadn't panicked when she transmigrated, but now Fengxi was panicking like a headless fly. Her mind was blank, and all she could hear was the rapid thumping of her own heart. She truly never expected that she would become a mother without any preparation whatsoever, and a single mother at that. What should I do? Her hand unconsciously rested on her lower abdomen, the panic in her eyes impossible to hide. Perhaps she was too frantic, or perhaps she cared too much, but when she touched her lower abdomen, she felt a small, hard lump, a life born entirely from her, connected to her by blood. As soon as this thought emerged, the distraught Fengxi instantly softened. She lowered her eyes, looking at her flat abdomen, her hand trembling slightly, yet stroking her belly with extreme gentleness. In modern times, she hadn't had a family since her junior high school days when her family died in a car accident, leaving her alone. Her granduncle's family received the accident compensation for her parents and naturally took in the underage her. Being fostered in her granduncle's home, similar to most minors who lost their immediate family and were taken in, she wasn't treated severely harshly, But careless neglect was the norm. She studied hard and got into university, tutored others in her spare time to save some money, and did what she could around the house, so as not to trouble her granduncle's family. Although she wasn't living independently, her life was manageable. But Feng-Si could feel that no matter how hard she tried to act as a well-behaved and excellent junior, there was still a huge gap between her and her granduncle's family. The subtle disdain in the eyes of her cousins and their spouses, and the differential treatment she received compared to her older cousins, she could only try to ignore, knowing her status as an outsider. She had always been diligently saving money, intending to rent her own small home in the future. It didn't matter that she lacked family affection. She would love herself even better and more, so her parents watching from heaven would be at peace. She had always lived well according to her own rules. Who knew? She would suddenly transmigrate to a beast-man world. But now, precisely because she came to the beast-man world, she realized her dream of owning a very, very large home ahead of schedule. And now, she had been given a relative who belonged to her. Feng-Si's lips curled upwards. She now felt she was lucky. She had a house, a cub, and she could earn money. Furthermore, because she was carrying an egg, she no longer had to worry about the sudden arrival of the female's heat period. And no male beast would come to spend her money, sleep in her house, or tease her cub. She was practically a winner in life. She touched her lower abdomen, gathered all the pregnancy testing machines on the coffee table, carefully wrapped them in a cloth bag, and placed them into her spatial storage. She took a deep breath. Unsure of which beast tribe the male beast belonged to, she could only extensively search for various precautions regarding carrying an egg, taking a pen and white paper to select and record the information she deemed useful. First, after conceiving an egg, it is generally egg-laying. The egg-carrying period is usually 12 months, and an incubator needs to be purchased and prepared in advance. Second, the incubator requires constant attention, and the egg must be turned twice a day. Third, the cub that hatches will be a male beast, a small, easy-to-raise beast form, which will transform into a human form within 1 month of growth. Fourth, prepare clothing, milk, fruit, diapers. After spending the entire afternoon, Feng-Si roughly selected and wrote down some information she found useful. Because she was carrying an egg, she cooked herself some bone-stewed green tubers and ate a green fruit. The green fruit had a thick rind and looked like a green mangosteen. After cutting a small hole, it contained only 2 mouthfuls of coconut milk-like liquid. The right wall of her kitchen featured a walk-in freezer, which was as large as a 10-square-meter bedroom, even bigger than her kitchen. Of course, the beastmen here have huge appetites and value large families. After finishing lunch, Feng-Si put the green fruits into baskets and stored them all in the storage room. This was her cub's future rations, and she needed to stock up more recently. Thinking about the cub she was about to have, Feng-Si felt a surge of energy. She rolled up her sleeves, put on an apron, returned to the stove, and began making dried green sweet potato. The green tubers from the previous batches, boiled and sun-dried, amounted to over 100 caddies, filling 2 large cotton bags that she stored in the cabinets below. She knew nothing about pregnant women, but she figured since she loved eating this recently, maybe her cub loved it too? Originally, being alone, she could just scrape by during the cold season. But now she had a cub. Feng-Si felt that the food she had stocked up wasn't enough. The long cold season was approaching, and fresh food would certainly be scarce. Besides wanting to make more dried green sweet potato for storage, it was also time to gather more wild vegetables, which could be stored for a long time after drying. Checklist: buy wild vegetables and wild fruits this afternoon. Tender meat is expensive, but it must be stockpiled too. Chapter 22. Raising an egg, urgently need money. Feng-Si thought about tomorrow's stall setup. Even if the 30 gene of meat would shrink after being cooked, with the broth and liquid added, it would only be heavier, not lighter. Usually, she would have to make 2 trips back and forth, but now that she was carrying an egg in her belly, she couldn't do that anymore. She thought for a moment, tapped a string of numbers on her communication device with her fingertip, and the light screen flashed, revealing Mao Qiao. Are you not feeling well? Do you want me to accompany you to the sacrificial hall? Feng-Si placed her hand on her belly, her expression gentle, her voice soft. I am fine. I wanted to ask if you have any free time when you aren't going outside the city to forage? Mao Qiu didn't understand. Yes, I do. You bought all my goods, so I only need to take care of my younger brother. Then let me hire you, Fengxi said. If you help me set up and pack up my stall every morning. How about I pay you 10 coins? Mao Qiu looked at her thin, weak arms and suddenly realized. You don't need to give me coins. You've bought so much food from my family. Helping you carry a few things is just a matter of making one trip back and forth. Fengxi shook her head. Her clear eyes overshadowed the black spots, creating a contradictory and incongruous sense of refined beauty and ordinariness. Long-term one-sided help easily leads to feelings of unfairness. Mao Qiu treated her quite well, and if she wanted to maintain this relationship for a long time, she shouldn't always take advantage of others. She said, one thing is one thing. This is long-term help, and the coins are what you deserve. If you don't agree, I'll have to find someone else. Once these words were out, Mao Qiu didn't refuse again and readily agreed. She and Mao Qiu arranged the time she would come every morning, except on foraging days. Having solved the issue of carrying heavy items every day, Fengxi felt relieved and began browsing for egg incubators on the light screen. It looked like it was made of transparent glass, shaped like a baby basket, reusable, with self-setting constant temperature, connected to a communication optical computer, and very intelligent. Price, starting at 100,000. Fengxi, who wanted to give the cub the best but didn't even have enough money for the most basic egg incubator. Make money. I need to make money. Suddenly having a soft spot, Fengxi's desire to make money became even more urgent. The next day, the misty blue morning light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the bed. Fengxi, who had gone to sleep early last night, opened her sleepy eyes. Yawning, she lifted the blanket to get out of bed, folded it neatly, and placed it on the pillow. She turned and went to the bathroom to wash up, using cold water to wash her face and wake up her senses. She went to the kitchen, took 60 jin of fresh meat from the refrigerator, cut it into pieces, added ginger and blanched it. After rinsing it with hot water, she put it back into the pot, added ginger and water, brought it to a boil, and then simmered it on low heat. Crispy garlic can be made in 3 large bowls at a time, which can last for 3 days. The wild vegetables and the leaves for holding the meat had also been washed clean yesterday, leaving the meat to stew on the stove. Fengxi used this time to go to the balcony upstairs to flip the green tubers she had boiled and sliced yesterday. After half a day of drying, the green tubers had shrunk slightly and were turning a burnt yellow color, looking much more appetizing. As Fengxi flipped the dried green sweet potato, she ate some. Her mouth was filled with a faint sweetness. After being exposed to the sun and the low temperatures at night, the green tubers had precipitated the almost non-existent sugar content, creating a unique sweet starch fragrance. No matter how delicious it was, it couldn't be eaten as a meal. She could, but the cub in her belly could not. She tried hard to restrain herself. After finishing flipping the dried green sweet potato drying on the balcony, she turned and walked downstairs. The aroma of the stewed meat filled the entire room. Fengxi paused at the bottom of the stairs, early in the morning. The smell made her feel a bit nauseous. She continued toward the kitchen. The meat aroma was stronger, and even more unpleasant. Wrinkling her small nose wasn't enough, so she raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose. Fengxi quickly reached into the pot with chopsticks to check the meat pieces. The chopsticks easily pierced through the meat. It was cooked. Fengxi turned off the fire and set the meat in the pot aside to cool, intending to put it in the basket later and wait to set up the stall. She then began to arrange her breakfast: boiled wild eggs, stir-fried green vegetables, and finally, she pulled a fist-sized yellow fruit from the refrigerator. It looked like a nectarine on the outside but tasted like passion fruit, sweet and sour. After she finished eating and was ready to set up the stall, she took a small cloth bag and packed some dried green sweet potato as a snack. Just then, Mao Qiu rang the doorbell outside. Fengxi dragged 2 baskets to the door and opened it. Mao Qiu, who was standing in the hallway, naturally stepped forward, easily picked up 1 basket in each hand, and walked out. The 2 of them quickly arrived at the spot on the 2nd floor, where Fengxi usually set up her stall. The shop door was already open. This was a shop selling iron kitchenware, and the boss was a sub-female of the gray rat tribe named Huiyu, with a long, thin gray tail extending from behind her bottom. When she looked up and saw Feng Si at the shop entrance, her gray eyes lit up, and she raised her hand to take money from her waist pouch. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry and sell me a piece of white cut meat first. The little beast man at home has been fussing about wanting to eat this since yesterday. All right. I'll give you an extra portion of seasoning. It tastes best while it's hot. Feng Si replied with a smile, smelling the aroma of meat wafting through the air. Huiyu beamed with joy as she counted out the coins for Feng Si. After deducting the 5-coin stall fee, the total was 294 coins. Mao Qiu was on the side. Without needing Feng Si to give instructions, she, having experience with setting up stalls, put down the baskets, took out the long table and stools from behind the shop owner's door, and quickly placed the pot from the basket onto the table. Furthermore, after she finished all this, she squatted down, picked up the cut leaves from the other basket, folded them with both hands, and fashioned them into shallow leaf bowls. Feng Si was very satisfied watching this. Hiring someone to help was truly a wise decision. She took out the white cut meat that Huiyu wanted, cut it, put it in a leaf bowl, and handed it to Huiyu. After Huiyu left, there weren't many people in the market yet, and Mao Qiu didn't leave either, as she was idle at home anyway. She found a low stool from the shop, sat down beside Feng Si, and waited for her to pack up. Give me 5 portions of white cut meat. Huangshi, who had heard about the white cut meat in the squad for a long time, had come early today to buy meat. With 5 children at home, 1 piece for each was just right. Feng Si looked up at the tall, yellow-haired, middle-aged beast man, took the money, and efficiently packed up the food he wanted. Next, a large group of people came to the stall one after another. Feng Si's white cut meat had regular customers. After they came one after another early in the morning to purchase it, there was still some meat left over from the large amount she had made today. Beastmen who hadn't tasted the white cut meat, when faced with the high-priced meat, their first reaction was always that it was too expensive, and they wouldn't think to buy it. The area in front of the stall became quiet for a moment. Feng Si folded leaf bowls with Mao Qiu, calculating that she had cut about 180 pieces in total today, sold over 130 pieces, and there were about 40-something pieces left in the pot. No ruse. By this time it was already late morning. Feng Si turned her head, took out the dried green sweet potato from her waist, and was about to hand it to Mao Qiu when she suddenly noticed that her chest area was somewhat bulging, and something seemed to be moving inside. Immediately, a small, golden-orange furry paw clung to Mao Qiu's collar, and a round-head, round-brained kitten face poked out, its beautiful round eyes locking gazes with Feng Si. Meow. Chapter 23, Trouble. What a cute little orange cat. Feng Si's eyes widened as she watched the palm-sized kitten tilt its head to look at her, smiling at it with crescent-shaped eyes. Goo! Mao Qiu lowered her head, pinched the back of the little orange cat's neck to lift it, and placed it in her arms, saying, "This is my beastman brother, Mao Ge." Mao Ge's round eyes kept watching Feng Si. While in Mao Qiu's arms he kicked his legs, trying to jump onto the neighboring sub-female's lap. "Stop moving around. Be obedient." Mao Qiu pressed her hand down on her brother, not understanding why he was throwing a tantrum. Feng Si extended a fingertip and gently placed it on the little orange cat's nose. Mao Ge actively leaned over to sniff it and happily let out a meow. Mao Qiu proudly said, "He's 2 months old. When my male father and sub-female mother are out earning coins, I usually look after him." This was the first time Feng Si had seen a cub here. When the kitten in front of her hadn't transformed into its human form, it looked just like a fluffy little orange cat. Truly cute. The deserted appearance in front of the stall caught the eye of Bai Dan, who was walking toward them not far away. She had recovered from the shock of losing a large sum of coins, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. A malicious glint flashed in her eyes. The matter of Feng Si scamming her out of several thousand coins couldn't just be forgotten. This was her territory. Her clan had numerous members and was related to the mountain chief. So how could she let a newcomer sub-female swindle her money? Seeing that Feng Si still had the leisure to tease a cub, Bai Dan angrily clenched her palms and turned to rush off to find Bai Qi. Not long after Bai Dan left at the stall, Fengxi noticed the kitten kept staring at her. Following Mao Guest's line of sight, she saw he was clearly looking at the dried green sweet potato in the cloth bag she held, which she had untied. Can he eat this? Mao Qiu leaned over to look. She only smelled a rare sweet fragrance and swallowed her saliva, saying he's grown teeth, he can definitely eat it. What is this? Why does it smell so sweet? A little snack I made myself. You should try some too. Fengxi generously gave Mao Qiu a small handful. Mao Qiu eagerly began eating, chewing the dried green sweet potato in her mouth. Her eyes grew brighter the more she ate. That's right, it really was sweet. This made the little orange cat in her arms cry out, meow meow. Fengxi took out another piece of dried green sweet potato and held it in front of the little orange cat. The kitten's double pupils converged, and it immediately opened its two furry paws, hooked onto the dried green sweet potato in Fengxi's hand, pulled it into its embrace, and held on tight. The kitten lowered its head, holding the dried green sweet potato in its paws. Its pupils rapidly expanded and contracted in surprise, and it opened its mouth, revealing tiny milk teeth to gnaw away. A subfemale walking past the market street inadvertently glanced over toward Fengxi and immediately stopped in her tracks. She quickly walked forward and asked, "How much is the food that cat beast man is eating? My cub is 3 months old, and it would be perfect for him to grind his teeth on." Cub teething? Another subfemale nearby, who was holding a little black dog, heard the phrase, turned to see the food the kitten was gnawing on, and immediately rushed over, standing in front of the stall. "How many coins? I want to buy some too. I don't have much of this, so it's not suitable for individual sale. If you buy white cut meat, I can give you 5 pieces as a gift," Fengxi said with a sweet smile. Her casual little snack seemed very popular. She had to seize this small business opportunity. "Oh, then if I buy 3 blocks, can I get 15 pieces as a gift?" The subfemale's eyes flashed with shrewdness. She pulled out 1,000 coins. As she was most willing to spend money on things for her own cub. "I'll take the same as her, 15 pieces of this. My cub is teething right now. Hard bones easily damage their teeth, and meat tendons are too tough, so this is perfect." Seeing this, the other subfemale also took out 1,000 coins. The little black dog in her arms looked only palm-sized but was plump and utterly adorable. Fengxi smilingly accepted the money, scooped out the meat, sliced it, and then picked the largest pieces from the cloth bag for the 2 customers. She was also very happy. She was saving up to buy an incubator, and concerning her future cub, her heart was the same as that of all mothers in the world. After the 2 made their purchases, the subfemale immediately fed the dried green sweet potato to her cub. The little black dog held the dried green sweet potato with both paws, chewing it while tilting its head in its mother's arms. Among the subfemales walking in the market, those with children always found their eyes inadvertently falling upon the cubs. When they saw the little black dog gnawing on the food, the idea of buying some for their own children instantly arose. They stepped forward and learned that it was given away with the purchase of white cut meat. Families with few cubs and relatively good financial conditions all flocked to Fengxi's stall. She hadn't brought much dried green sweet potato, so she immediately asked Mao Qiu to watch the stall for her, then quickly ran home to fetch more dried green sweet potato before returning. She had prepared twice the amount of white cut meat, and thanks to the dried green sweet potato, it all sold out. Fengxi cheerfully told the subfemale mothers who came later asking about dried green sweet potato that there would be more tomorrow. Just as she was preparing to pack up the stall, a group of people surrounded Fengxi's stall. A sudden burst of sharp, noisy voices sounded in front of the stall. Fengxi looked up and gazed ahead. She saw Bai Dan and Bai Qi, escorted by the crowd, approach her stall. Their distorted faces were filled with hatred, clearly indicating they meant trouble. Fengxi calmly stood up, patted Mao Guest's small head, and said, "Take the cub and the cooking utensils and leave first." Mao Qiu also saw the surrounding people, and exclaimed in surprise, "Let's leave together. They have so many people, they definitely won't let you off easily." Fengxi shook her head, pressing the record button on her communicator. "We're on the same mountain. If I hide today, I won't be able to hide tomorrow. I want to see what they plan to do." Mao Qiu stamped her foot and anxiously said, "All right, I'll go find the mountain chief right away." Just as Mao Qiu left, Bai Dan and her group approached. Bai Dan looked at the sub-female before her, who wore an irritating smile and seemed utterly unafraid. Hey, let's settle the score from last time. Bai Dan said arrogantly. What score? I don't recall owing you anything, Feng Si replied. Her voice neither loud nor soft, but clearly articulated, ensuring everyone nearby heard her. The crowd, eager for excitement, immediately gathered around. After all, there were no females here, and conflicts were rare. Everyone on the entire mountain had to form teams to gather resources and knew each other, making such large-scale quarrels difficult to occur. Everyone stood around watching. Some male beasts selling the prey they had hunted that morning recognized the stall owner selling white-cut meat, and couldn't help but come closer to look. Bai Qi and Bai Dan had brought their families, totaling over 20 people. The onlookers were also familiar faces. Having known each other for so many years, if they were going to help anyone, they would help their own. Bai Qi huffed angrily. Last time, because of one sentence from you, I lost 4,000 coins. And Bai Dan also lost 4,000 coins. You must return this money to us. Bai Dan glared. I advise you to be sensible and return the coins quickly. Otherwise, don't think about leaving here today if you don't pay us back. Chapter 24. The Foodie's Favoritism. You are compensating with coins because you tricked the beastmen with your food. It has nothing to do with me. If you are dissatisfied, you should go find the beastmen who took your coins. The reason you came looking for me today is because I have no family here to help me. Based on your behavior, are you planning to just rob people weaker than yourselves whenever you need money in the future? Feng Si spoke extremely quickly, not giving them a chance to reply. She finished in one breath, immediately characterizing the two women's actions as unreasonable strong-arm robbery. The rat beastman beside them, relying on his beastman status, did not speak, lest others think they were bullying a sub-female. So he let his own sub-female speak. Bai Dan, unafraid due to the large number of people she had, said acidly, so what if we rob you? If you hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have had to pay compensation. Bai Qi also chimed in. You earned so many coins from your stall. It's already good enough that I'm not asking you to return 10,000 coins. The two women's outrageous demands immediately displeased the surrounding crowd. They were in Nantong City. The Southern Wilderness Empire had laws, didn't it? Did they think this place was a den for vagrant beastmen? Shop owner Huiyu, standing behind Feng Si, spoke up. Scram. You brought this upon yourselves by making disgusting food and offending the male beasts. What does that have to do with Feng Si? A sub-female who had just bought Feng Si's dried green sweet potato watched the puppy in her arms lovingly lick the dried green sweet potato. She also said, my male beast is from the investigation team. You want to rob coins? Why don't you take a good look at yourselves to see if you are even females? If you dare do that, I'll immediately have my beast husband arrest you. How annoying. Do you think you can commit robbery just because you have 20 or so people? Robbery is what vagrant beastmen do. Such terrifying beastmen cannot stay in the 13 mountains. Let's ask the mountain master to report to the Lord and drive them out. My beast husband earns tens of thousands of coins selling tender fish meat every day. Does that mean I'll be robbed next? This business of demanding coins from people is totally unacceptable. The surrounding crowd scolding, combined with the looks from people they knew, made Bai Dan and Bai Qi, who were being surrounded, freeze up. What's going on? Why is everyone speaking up for Feng Si? And this is different from what they expected. Feng Si has only been here for a few days? When did her popularity get so good? Before everyone would just watch. And since everyone here is familiar with each other, most wouldn't speak up to help a stranger. Bai Dan was shocked. We've known each other for so long. How can you misunderstand my character? Bai Qi pointed at Feng Si. Don't be fooled by her. It's her fault. She forbade us from selling cooked meat. Feng Si was also slightly surprised, realizing that everyone was speaking up for her because of the delicious food. But she wouldn't let such a good advantage slip by. Her gaze swept over the two women, and a look of grievance appeared on her face. My family doesn't live in the wilderness, so how could I manage such a broad matter? What you sell is your own business, and compensating them that day was your own verbal promise. Otherwise, call back the male beasts who received your coins and let's hear what they have to say. Just then, A commanding voice sounded from behind the crowd. By Dan, by Chi, bullying new sub-female companions is not allowed here. What are you blocking the road for? The newcomer had his hands behind his back, and the muscles on his arms were still prominent. When Bai Dan saw him, she grit her teeth, unwilling to give up. Mountain Chief, we are just here to retrieve our own coins. Feng-Si looked up and realized it was the yellow-haired beast man who had bought 5 pieces of white-cut meat this morning. He stood there lazily, yet it was hard to ignore him. This was someone who held authority. Feng-Si's eyes dimmed slightly. She stood aside without speaking, portraying a pitiful, helpless, and bullied solitary sub-female. Next, Bai Dan and Bai Feng recounted everything that had happened in the previous days. As the general mountain chief of the 13 mountains, ever since he tasted the white-cut meat made by Feng-Si, his heart and his stomach had grown biased. I understand what you're saying. This is a matter between you and Xiong-Nung and the others. It has nothing to do with this little sub-female. If you are not satisfied, I can call Xiong-Nung over to discuss it with you. Thinking of the fierce male beast, the rat beast man beside them immediately tugged at his sub-female. Bai Dan and Bai Chi were also afraid, and hearing this, they shook their heads frantically. Now the mountain chief supported Feng-Si. The surrounding sub-females supported Feng-Si for some unknown reason. And the male beasts coming over later would also support Feng-Si. Thinking this way, they realized they wouldn't be getting those coins today. Bai Dan and Bai Chi exchanged glances, seeing anger and helplessness in each other's eyes. They came here for nothing today. The two women stopped demanding compensation from Feng-Si, glared at her, and prepared to leave with their families. Wait. Feng-Si, who had gained the upper hand, suddenly spoke up. Everyone involuntarily stopped and looked over, confused. Honestly, if this sub-female hadn't possessed such good culinary skill, allowing everyone to accept her quickly, she, as an outsider, would have been destined to suffer a silent loss this time. Now that the matter had finally passed, why was she speaking up again? Of course Feng-Si had to speak up. She had made enemies with the two sub-females, and they were not broad-minded people. She swept her gaze over the group of people whose eyes were filled with malice toward her, and declared loudly, while everyone is here, I must state in advance, if I suddenly get injured or disappear someday, that must be their doing. In that event, my property will be transferred to the group of people who report to the investigation team, and help find the real culprits. As soon as she said this, a new wave of shock rippled through the crowd. They hadn't expected this sub-female to be quite clever. Now Bai Dan's entire family could forget about secretly taking action. As for the sub-female's property, capable male beasts wouldn't care for it. They cared more for Feng-Si's cooking skills. Incapable sub-females were naturally timid, and wouldn't dare commit murder for an unknown amount of coins. The laws of the Southern Wilderness Empire were very strict. Although sub-females held the lowest status, they were still sub-females capable of bearing offspring. If a sub-female died without cause, the investigation team would definitely send people to investigate. Once the investigation was clear, the perpetrator would have to pay with their life. Who would dare commit murder when they were living perfectly well? Only after personally experiencing her environment over the past few days, did Feng-Si dare to face the encirclement of dozens of people, and choose to engage in a verbal battle. If she were among savage and fierce beast men, she absolutely wouldn't dare argue. She would have paid up immediately. As the crowd dispersed, Mao Qiu finally squeezed in and said angrily, they wish. They think they can extort you just because they have more people. Mao Gu also came closer, his furry little face looking at the cloth bag tied around Feng-Si's waist, his big eyes filled with longing. Meow, give me some food. Feng-Si smiled, took out a dried green sweet potato, and handed it to the small cat cub. She watched the small cat contentedly hugging the dried green sweet potato and munching away. Her mood also improved slightly. She had read online before that one should maintain a happy mood during pregnancy, as the resulting cub would be more beautiful. The handsome and extraordinary face of the cub's father flashed through her mind. The egg in her belly. Could it possibly be a flamboyant male bird from the natural world? Chapter 25. Don't grab Auntie's little bird anymore. The more Feng-Si thought about it, the more it was true. The man's physique was as perfectly sculpted as if carved by a knife, his features deep and handsome, with short black hair, pale skin, and cold, bloodthirsty eyes. In the bloody yellow sands, he stood atop a pile of crimson corpses, looking down from above. Not far away, a 7-meter turtle giant tiger with yellow and black stripes lay on the ground, covered in wounds, its body headless where its skull should have been. The Northern Wilderness' most highly acclaimed young master had died tragically on the battlefield, and the leaderless Northern Wilderness army scattered. Young Master Jia. A vast crowd of enormous beastmen in the desert roared wildly, shouting the name of the one who had led them to victory in this war, their hearts surging with excitement. Amidst the roars of tens of thousands of beastmen, standing beside the pile of corpses, a 6-meter turtle rhinoceros with skin as thick as a wall slowly transformed into an adult male. He was Shizhu, the land beast general of the 2nd Legion, and naturally, young Master Jia's loyal subordinate. He recalled the news he had seen on the light screen earlier, leapt onto the pile of corpses in a few bounds, and grumbled, "You saved the 1st young master and the 3rd young master, you reclaimed the city, and you even personally slew the Northern Wilderness general, young Master Yan." Shizhu swept his gaze across the yellow sand on the ground. Beyond it lay the territory of the Northern Wilderness. With the death of the Northern Wilderness' first god of war, now was the best time to continue pushing into the Northern Wilderness. However, at this moment, the Legion was called to a halt and forbidden from pursuing the victory. He suppressed his anger. The Beast King actually issued an emergency recall at this time. Qi Jie glanced at Shizhu expressionlessly, his slender fingers slightly tightening. The whip-like, pale white bone skeleton emitted a faint clicking sound, winding and slithering over the pile of corpses, appearing dangerous and terrifying. That was a bone whip forged from an ancient Titan python, fully extended. It could reach the length of the Titan python's bones in life. Wherever the barbed bone whip passed, the beastmen's armor-like bodies were torn to shreds. Shizhu's anger vanished instantly. He lowered his head, wondering why young Master Jia had become increasingly irritable and impatient after returning stronger. With a flick of the wrist holding the bone whip retracted section by section as if alive, finally becoming a 3-finger-wide long whip. It was fastened around his waist, like a beautiful belt. Qi Jie lowered his eyes, his long, crow-feather-like lashes concealing the darkness within. He had grown old, and his courage had naturally diminished. He only wished to use this meager victory to preserve the Southern Wilderness territory and negotiate with the Northern Wilderness. But at present he couldn't even find his own female, so he truly had no time to deal with the Northern Wilderness. Order the army to retreat. Qi Jie's pupils reflected the color of blood, like the sun about to set into night. Yes, young master. Shizhu distributed the order to his subordinates and obsequiously said, "You are truly wise. Now is indeed the time to return to the main city." He thought of the 2 figures accompanying the Beast King and continued, "You ended the 7-year war. What right do they have to contend with you for the position of Beast King of the Southern Wilderness?" Everyone knew that once hair turned white, the time until old age was not far off. What's more, their Southern Wilderness Beast King was already 302 years old. Since the last incident, Bai Dan and Bai Qi had moved to a different location to continue selling vegetables, not setting up next to Feng Si. They seemed afraid, but their hatred for Feng Si grew even deeper. Should they just let Feng Si continue to earn big coins peacefully after intentionally harming them? This hatred occupied a large part of their hearts. But they hadn't found a good way to retaliate against Feng Si yet, so they would temporarily let her off. How could that be possible? Feng Si's white-cut meat was currently popular among the powerful beastmen of 13 Mountains. If they acted against her now, the male beasts would definitely side with Feng Si. They might even enrage the male beasts who were enthusiastically eating by overturning Feng Si's stall, causing them to turn on Bai Dan and Bai Qi instead. However, once the male beast's novelty wore off and they no longer liked white-cut meat as much, the time would be right. So recently, Bai Dan and Bai Qi patiently waited and did not make a move against Feng Si. Feng Si had been very busy lately. Mao Qiu became a regular helper, picking her up and dropping her off every time she set up her stall, and also accompanying Feng Si to watch the stall and help her with tasks. As a result, her daily coin earnings increased to 15. And Mao Qiu became even more diligent. Are you really going to buy large quantities of green tubers again? We bought 500 green tubers yesterday, and now again today. Mao Qiu, holding the 1,000 coins Feng Si had just given her, looked a bit worried. 2,000 coins, you've bought 1,000 large green tubers. What if they spoil? What if you make them but can't sell them? Feng Si glanced at the empty pot. Usually, she could sell out in about 2 hours of setting up the stall, but now the time had doubled. It took until almost noon to sell 60 caddies of white cut meat. It seemed that wanting to earn a lot of coins in a short time by only selling white cut meat was a bit difficult with the local consumption power. Yes, I really need to buy green tubers. Feng Si covered the pot, lifted it into her back basket, her eyes resolute. Last time, the dried green sweet potato she ate as a snack unexpectedly became a teething food for cub beastmen under 1 year old. And it was very popular. Every day, many mothers came to ask her, saying they wanted to buy dried green sweet potato. She currently had about 100,000 in cash, barely enough to buy a low-grade incubator. And the white-cut meat business, due to the increased amount of meat, was also becoming less profitable each day. So, she decided that the second food item for her stall would be dried green sweet potato. 10 dried green sweet potatoes per bundle, priced at 28 coins. With ample sunlight now, it basically only took 2 days of drying to make dried green sweet potato. This was a good opportunity to make a big profit while people didn't know how to make dried green sweet potato. Why don't you think about it again? How many nutrition cans could 2,000 coins buy? Mao Qiu felt sorry for Feng Si's money. She couldn't even earn 1,000 coins in 7 days, and Feng Si was spending that much in 1 day. Feng Si bent down to lift the back basket onto her shoulder. Look at how well the dried green sweet potato I brought today sold. Don't worry about things that haven't happened yet. I'm packing up and heading back first. You just help me buy the green tubers and deliver them to the stairwell. Mao Qiu looked down at the back basket on Feng Si's back, and thinking about everyone scrambling to buy dried green sweet potato, she said all right. She had worried for nothing. Little Orange Cat stepped onto Mao Qiu's shoulder, and also peered into the back basket. Seeing that there were no more dried green sweet potatoes, disappointment showed in its big eyes. Feng Si chuckled softly at the sight, raised her hand to stroke the little cat's head, took a small handful of dried green sweet potatoes from her waist pouch to feed the little cat, and said in a very soft voice, in the future, please don't bite Auntie's little bird, okay? Mao Qiu, what little bird? Feng Si shook her head, not saying much more. You'll see it later. It's still in my belly now. When the little one hatches, bird cub should be bare upon breaking the shell. It will only grow feathers after being raised for a while. Only then will she bring the little one out. Thinking of her cub, Feng Si parted ways with Mao Qiu in a very joyful mood, carrying her back basket home. While waiting for Mao Qiu to deliver the green tubers, she went to the next room to see the fruits of her labor. Chapter 26, Circulating Among Moms. 2 suns had completely appeared in the sky, one after another, dazzling brightly. The temperature on the ground was so hot that merely stepping on a wooden board made one's feet burn. On the lawn in front, a clean white cloth was spread, covered with a layer of green pine needles. The dried green sweet potato on it was turning a honeyed color. Feng Si's eyes lit up at the sight. These were all coins. She walked out of the cool attic wearing a wide-brimmed black hat, squatted down to flip the dried green sweet potato, and calculated the income from them in her mind. Today's large cloth bag had already emptied the first batch of dried green sweet potato, turning into nearly 6,000 coins. 1 green tubers, like a plump white radish, could be cut into about 30 pieces, costing 2 coins, and could be sold for 84 coins as dried green sweet potato. The 2,000 coins that Mao Qiu felt pain to spend would turn into 84,000 coins when resold. Feng Si planned to do this lucrative business every day of the harvest. After Mao Qiu finished delivering the green tubers to Feng Si, she returned home to find her aunt's family had arrived. As soon as she entered, Mao Qiu's parents were cooking in the kitchen, and her aunt Mao Ping was holding her cub, feeding it minced raw meat. The kitten was uncooperative, shaking its head, refusing to eat. She looked up and saw Mao Gu in Mao Qiu's arms. Haven't seen him in a few days. Mao Gu has grown quite strong. Her aunt's family lived on the second mountain in the East District, near the sacrificial hall and the Lord's mansion, which was a wealthy area of Nantung City. She was quite close to her younger brother, and always brought meat whenever she visited. Mao Qiu was very fond of her aunt. Seeing her cousin not eating well, she put Mao Gu on the ground, leaned over and pried open the cub's teeth to look. Its teeth are growing. Besides minced meat, give it some other food. The cub's two furry paws defiantly pushed away the hand prying open its mouth, baring its teeth fiercely. With a twist of its butt, it jumped out of its mother's arms and bounced off to play with Mao Gu. Mao Ping was a bit worried. The cub was only 3 months old, and its teeth were at a stage where eating tough meat strips would hurt them. She could only chop the meat finely, steam it, and feed the cub solidified minced meat. Who feeds meat chunks to this age? Mao Ping, who had lived for over 90 years, had never heard of it. She looked at the 2 little cubs running around on the ground. Beastmen are easy to raise. All cubs grow up like this. There is actually. Mao Gu has grown much stronger recently, Mao Qiu enthusiastically recommended. It's because I found a food that cubs under 5 months can chew, which greatly increased his appetite. Mao Gu even enjoys eating now. Mao Ping's ears twitched. If a beast-man cub ate more and grew stronger when young, their beast form would also be stronger when they grew up. Concerned about her cub, Mao Ping immediately asked, "What food?" Mao Qiu took out dried green sweet potato from her waist pouch, her eyes sparkling. "Aunt, this dried green sweet potato is the most popular food for cubs here. It's sweet, chewy, doesn't hurt their teeth, and tastes even better than wild fruits. Do you want to buy some?" Why did it sound so much like a sales pitch? Mao Ping felt Mao Qiu was a bit strange. But she smelled a slightly sweet aroma in the air. Mao Gu also trotted over, hugging Mao Qiu's calf, stretching its furry paw to reach up. Mao Qiu didn't give it to him, but instead gave it to the little cub following behind Mao Gu. That cub, who had refused to eat meat earlier, stared with both eyes and pounced to snatch the dried green sweet potato. Mao Gu's small body stiffened. Then he turned around and pounced fiercely to snatch it back. The 2 little cubs immediately started fighting over a single dried green sweet potato. And after being separated, the 2 little brothers who had been friendly and playing pouncing games earlier, now ignored each other, turning their backs in a huff. Mao Ping's eyes widened. Even such small male beasts like to fight over food. The next day, Fengxi officially added dried green sweet potato to her stall. She bundled them in tins with cotton thread, and brought a full large bag of 800 bundles. The white cut meat was back to 30 caddies. After all, the price was expensive, and regular customers wouldn't buy it every day. When Mao Qiu came to pick her up, she said happily, "Fengxi, you can make dried green sweet potato with confidence. My aunt is rich, and she said she wants to buy dried green sweet potato." Fengxi was stunned. Finding relatives to boost her sales? She turned to look at Mao Qiu's refreshed face, feeling a strange sense of a canteen that brainwashed and pulled relatives into the business. However, she wasn't a swindler. Mao Ping was indeed rich. As soon as Fengxi arrived, she immediately bought 50 bundles, and also a portion of white cut meat. Fengxi collected the coins, had Mao Qiu hand the dried green sweet potato to Mao Ping, then expertly sliced and arranged a plate of white cut meat. The cub in Mao Ping's arms gnawed on the dried green sweet potato, while Mao Ping herself sat in front of a leaf bowl, burying her head in her food, her mouth glistening with oil. Usually, he wouldn't eat this or that, and I had to feed every bite of meat into his mouth. Today he finally ate on his own, Mao Ping said, touched, wiping her oily mouth and hugging the freshly bought dried green sweet potato. She earnestly told Fengxi, "You truly have skillful hands. Your cooking is so fragrant. The cubs you raise in the future will definitely be very strong." Fengxi loved hearing such words, and her eyes curved into a smile. "Your cub will also grow into a formidable beast man." Fengxi was chatting about cubs with Mao Ping when a sub-female holding a small black dog approached. She looked at the dried green sweet potato in Mao Ping's arms and eagerly said, "Get me 30 portions. This is such good stuff. I want to bring some for my sub-female sisters too." "Yes, why didn't I think of that? When I go home today, I can bring some for his brothers and sisters." "Mao Qiu, pack me another 100 portions." Mao Ping also added to her order. Who doesn't have brothers and sisters or cubs? Rare and functional cub food like this is the most popular. White cut meat is too expensive to give as gifts, so dried green sweet potato is a good choice. Feng Si and Mao Qiu worked together to prepare the food the two customers wanted from the cloth bag. She accepted the coins and smiled as she sent the two customers off. Their arrival kicked off business at Feng Si's small stall. Beast men appeared one after another, buying the food they needed. Black spot subfemale, give me 2 portions of white cut meat and 5 portions of dried green sweet potato. I'll take them home to pair with meat. Little subfemale, did you bring dried green sweet potato today? My cub is clamoring for it. Give me 10 portions. Feng Si noted down the customer's orders. Collecting money, giving change, scooping meat, slicing, adding sauce, counting dried green sweet potato. Her movements were busy yet orderly, meticulously packing and handing over each customer's requested food. Mao Qiu peered over from the side, realizing she didn't need to help at all. She simply sat beside Mao Gu as usual, waiting for Feng Si to close the stall. Thanks to Mao Qiu's aunt today, the food brought in the morning sold out quickly. Both items were gone by late morning. Seeing the empty cloth bag and iron pot, Mao Qiu rolled up her sleeves and deftly put the brought cooking utensils into the back basket, then wiped down the table and stools and moved them into the shop behind. During this time, Feng Si internally calculated the total income for the day. Today, the 2 types of food brought in a total of 49,310 coins. Chapter 27. The Egg Incubator. Feng Si's eyes lit up. She almost had enough coins. She was going to buy the best egg incubator for her cub. Feng Si finished calculating internally, then started planning what she would buy later. She had brought nothing with her when she came to Nantung City. For the cold season and the cubs that would hatch during it, besides the egg incubator, she also needed to prepare food and clothing for the cold season. Mao Qiu stacked the 2 baskets together, easily slinging them over her shoulder, freeing her hands to hold Mao Gu. After preparing everything, she saw Feng Si standing there and asked, "Shall I take you home?" Feng Si turned to look at the shops in the market. "Help me put the baskets in the aisle, and the green tubers I bought in the aisle too. I need to buy some things." After instructing Mao Qiu, Feng Si went shopping. She went to her usual shop, browsed around, bought 6 thick double-sided rabbit fur blankets, ordered 200 caddies of tender meat suitable for cubs, and 3 rolls of soft cloth to cut and make her own bedding, 200 green fruits, and some various unfamiliar wild vegetables, to taste the different flavors of the food here, making it easier to create new dishes in the future. After asking the shop owner to send the items to the elevator, Feng Si returned to the top floor and slowly moved things for a long time before finally getting everything into the house. After rubbing her waist, she looked up to see the house filled with things, especially the dozen or so baskets of green tubers, sitting in the kitchen as if summoning her to get to work quickly. And that wasn't all. The newly bought items needed organizing, the blankets needed washing and drying, clothes needed to be made, and the ingredients for tomorrow's business hadn't been washed yet. Wait, there was endless work. An idea flashed through Feng Si's mind. She desperately needed a helper, an urgent need. When it came to finding help, Feng Si naturally first thought of the 3 familiar members of the gathering team. Early in the morning, Feng Si approached the 3 and told them she would pay them 30 coins a day to help her wash and peel the green tubers she bought every afternoon. They naturally agreed without hesitation. That day, they returned from their gathering trip. Feng Si followed the crowd, waiting on the first floor for the mountain chief to settle accounts and deduct the food that needed to be handed over. She was behind Mao Qiu and the others. When it was her turn, Feng Si asked, "I collected very little food and want to keep it for myself. Can I deduct it with coins instead?" "You really want to exchange it for coins?" Bai Qingqing looked at Feng Si. Food and coins. Coins were much rarer, and there was some surprise in her eyes. "Deduct it with coins," Feng Si nodded. She had calculated that for a gathering trip once every 3 days, the food collected by an ordinary subfemale would be worth about 20 coins. Bai Qingqing looked at the items in Feng Si's hand, all green tubers and not many. "I'll count it as 16 coins for you." Feng Si counted out the coins, then, carrying her basket, turned to find Mao Qiu and the other 2. The 4 of them were standing nearby, not far away. Feng Si pulled Mao Lian and Manhwa. "Mao Qiu, as Fengxi had instructed, turned to the crowd and shouted, buying green tubers, 2 coins per root. Everyone who wants to sell, come quickly. You can save on stall fees. The crowd looked over, and upon hearing Mao Qiu's words, some sub-females who wanted to sell green tubers gathered around, and began trading with Mao Qiu. Mao Lian looked at the piles of green tubers and was startled. So many green tubers, they'll all spoil once the rainy season arrives. Manhwa, they'll spoil, wasting coins. Fengxi was calm and unhurried. It's fine, I'll finish them today. With helpers. She naturally wanted to make more dried green sweet potato before the rainy season. Otherwise, where would she collect green tubers during the rainy season? This time, Fengxi bought 2,000 green tubers in one go. Mao Qiu and the other 2 stayed at her house for an afternoon, helping to wash and peel before returning home. The remaining tasks of boiling, slicing, and drying could only be done by Fengxi herself, as she didn't want to reveal her method for making money from dried green sweet potato. The 3 largest iron pots she bought were bubbling on the stove. Fengxi buried herself in work. Diligence leads to wealth. These days, Fengxi didn't miss a single gathering trip. She wanted to upgrade her spatial ability during this last period of outdoor gathering before the rainy season. With an egg in her belly, when she went out to gather, she outwardly only carried a small basket, filling it along with Mao Qiu and the others. The rest of the time, she rested on the grass. But secretly, she filled her spatial ability with gathered items before returning home. She didn't sell any wild vegetables either, putting them all in the cold storage. Currently, her spatial ability was about the size of a 5-foot bed, capable of holding a lot of food and an increasing amount of coins. She didn't know that others hadn't yet thought of calculating her business, but for those secretly watching her, it was hard to say. A few days later, after closing her stall and returning home, Fengxi put down her things and took out all her cash from her spatial ability, including her unnamed coin card. She had about 400,000. Taking all her belongings, Fengxi immediately headed towards the egg incubator store address she had found online. The East District and the North District were 2 hours apart by car. There, the distance between buildings was greater, and the roadsides were not bare concrete. Tall trees hundreds of meters high were planted on both sides, increasing the sense of privacy between the buildings. The metallic skyscrapers towered hundreds of meters high, with buildings stacked one on top of another. Their triangular design allowed each floor to enjoy sunlight. The business district was in the 5th building. Fengxi had set the store's location before departing in the flying car. Upon arrival, the flying car automatically stopped at a balcony on the 87th floor. Fengxi stepped out with a backpack. Guided by the light screen, she paid 10 coins for parking, and the flying car descended to the parking lot on the 2nd floor. She walked into the mall alone. The glass doors silently slid open to both sides, welcoming a cool breeze onto her face. The room was spacious, with 4 glass-paneled walls. Various egg incubators were displayed on the cabinet walls. There were few customers near noon, and 2 sub-females were chatting. Young Master Jie is too handsome. He actually beheaded the eldest young master of the Blazing Tiger, scaring the Beast King of the Northern Wilderness Empire into immediately seeking peace with us. We won. A white long-eared rabbit-eared sub-female leaned on the counter, her expression excited. Beast God, I really want to meet young Master Jie. Such a handsome young master. I wonder which female he'll end up with as a companion. I'm so envious. The other rabbit-eared sub-female's eyes were full of hearts, her tone both sour and envious. Fengxi's gaze fell on the completely enclosed wall. She approached the staff. Hello, I'd like to buy an egg incubator. Seeing Fengxi enter, they didn't move, first scanning her attire up and down. A black high-necked long dress, a black headscarf tied on her head, and the only exposed part of her body, her face, was covered in black spots. The 2 rabbit-eared sub-females, in white suits trimmed with gold, felt a sense of superiority towards the drab wolf-eared sub-female before them. Chapter 28. Do not judge a book by its cover. Where did this rustic sub-female come from? It is common knowledge that incubators are very expensive, and most sub-females cannot afford them, so they choose to hatch eggs themselves. The few who do are usually brought by beastmen who have saved up money to buy them for their sub-females. or by parents intending to gift one to their own subfemale and accompanying her to choose. However, this young, poorly dressed subfemale before them could definitely not afford one. Just a poor subfemale here to gawk. To the rabbit-eared subfemale shop clerks. This subfemale before them had also interrupted their conversation about the strongest young master of the southern wilderness. She became increasingly unhappy, pursed her lips, rolled her eyes and said rudely, "Just stand there and look. Don't touch anything randomly. If you break it, you can't afford to pay for it. So annoying. If you can't afford it, don't come in. If you dirty the floor later, you'll have to clean it again." The other rabbit-eared subfemale grumbled impatiently to her companion in a low voice. "Being discriminated against? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again." Feng-Si raised her hand to activate the video recording on her contact list, her eyes sweeping across the chests of the two rabbit-eared subfemales to note down their identification codes. The rabbit-eared subfemale didn't understand what Feng-Si was doing and glared at her. "I said a poor subfemale like you is just wasting her time looking. You can't afford an incubator, so get out of here right now." The arrogant and twisted faces of the rabbit-eared subfemales were recorded on the light screen. Feng-Si walked to the sofa in the middle of the room and sat down, placing the backpack she was carrying casually to the side. The light screen on her wrist lowered, and the camera zoomed into the backpack, revealing a pile of 500 large denomination coins. Subsequently, this video was uploaded to the Mother's Forum with the title, "Shocking! Xinqing Incubators Driving Customers Away Online, Claiming Subfemales Don't Deserve to Carry Eggs." It was noon, the perfect time for a nap. With their cubs asleep, subfemale mothers had free time and were browsing the Parenting Mothers Forum to exchange tips on raising cubs. Among the various newly posted forum threads like "Cub hasn't hatched in 2 months, Cub won't eat," and "Cub's human form is so small," all common topics. One shocking post was particularly conspicuous and immediately caught their attention. Upon clicking in, they, being subfemales themselves, were furious and began commenting with rage. "A poor subfemale is just wasting her time looking. They are subfemales too. Their faces are truly disgusting. Whichever beastman takes them will be unlucky. You are just poor subfemales selling things yourself. What are you being arrogant about? Does being a poor subfemale mean one doesn't deserve to lay eggs? I hope you two never lay eggs. I see the buyer had coins. Maybe she is a new mother lacking confidence in hatching eggs. Yet she was driven away. Can't a new subfemale buy an incubator? Their hearts are truly vicious. This is murdering the cub eggs." In less than a minute, the light screen was filled with one-sided abuse towards the clerks. The two clerks turned pale as they watched. Who told this subfemale not to mention she had coins earlier? She caused them to misunderstand. The rabbit-eared subfemale's expression stiffened, panic appearing in her eyes. She couldn't sit behind the counter any longer and immediately ran out. "What are you doing? Delete it for me quickly." The other subfemale also rushed out. "I never said that at all. Please delete it quickly." Feng-Si leaned back on the sofa, looking up to admire the two rabbit-eared subfemales who had been so high and mighty just a moment ago, now looking anxious and terrified. She smiled. "Have you never heard that a paying customer is a beast god? You mocked me. It's impossible to just let it go like this, right?" The rabbit-eared subfemale lowered her head, and could only apologize. "I was wrong. Which incubator would you like to see? I will get it for you immediately. It was my blindness, please forgive us." The other rabbit-eared subfemale pleaded, "Please delete the video. If the supervisor sees it, we will definitely lose our jobs." Seeing the subfemale on the sofa unmoved, the rabbit-eared subfemale rolled her eyes and said, "Besides, since you came here, your family must be expecting a new cub soon. This is a joyous occasion. Everyone should be happy. There's no need to be so petty." "Very well. Now she's using the cub as an excuse." Feng-Si retracted the smile from her lips and said coldly, "That's right, you should regret it and be anxious. I will wait for your shop owner to come out and give me an explanation." The post on the light brain was very lively, and the shop owner arrived quickly. He was a 3-meter gray long-haired male rabbit, about 1.8 meters tall in human form, with a slightly chubby build. As soon as he walked in, his red eyes stared at the people in the room, his eyes terrifyingly crimson. He walked toward the people in the sofa area in the middle of the room. The two sub-females looked terrified and wanted to explain, but he slapped them both. Fresh blood immediately flowed from the corners of the rabbit-eared sub-females' mouths, and they covered their faces in pain, not daring to speak. Ignoring the injured clerks, the shop owner turned and bowed to Feng Si, saying sincerely, "I apologize for the poor experience you had." Customer. Our Xinqing incubators warmly and loyally congratulate every sub-female who becomes a mother. The mindset of these two clerks has tarnished the reputation of the Xinqing shop. I will send them to the investigation team. The shop owner's attitude was very good as he looked at Feng Si and asked, "Please delete the post from just now. For the incubator you choose this time, I will give you a 50% discount. Does that sound acceptable?" The shop owner's words silenced the two rabbit-eared sub-females. Realizing that this incident would not be easily resolved, Feng Si looked at the two people behind. The previously arrogant rabbit-eared sub-females were now standing there with ashen faces, their faces swollen, and blood on the corners of their mouths. This was the only brand-name incubator shop in Nantung City. Once she stepped out of this door, unless she went to small shops to buy unbranded products or bought second-hand ones, she was unwilling to do that. Why should her cub have to use a second-hand or inferior incubator because of two sub-females? Is this punishing those two rabbit-eared sub-females? Or is it punishing her own cub? If the temperature ends up wrong, she would be the one crying. After all, as a human, she had absolutely no idea how to hatch an egg. Feng Si took a deep breath and did not pursue the matter further. She raised her hand and deleted the post in front of the shop owner. And the shop owner immediately posted a clarification. Carrying her backpack, Feng Si walked to the wall behind the counter and pointed to the incubator placed alone on the top shelf. "I want that one, the fully automatic Smart F1 incubator." The shop owner personally took it down and placed it in front of Feng Si, saying, "This model has autonomous monitoring. You only need to put the newly born cub egg inside, and the temperature and humidity will automatically adjust to the environment most suitable for the cub's hatching based on its race. The original price is 420,000 coins. For you, it is 210,000, and I will include a non-slip egg mat woven from tiger fur." Feng Si had been eyeing this model for a long time, and had checked all its functions online. Very satisfied with it, she placed her backpack on the counter, and looked at the two rabbit-eared sub-females huddled in the corner. Are they still clerks here? The rabbit-eared sub-females, who had been trying to minimize their presence in the corner, suddenly turned their heads. This sub-female was speaking up for them? The shop owner's red eyes flickered, also unable to understand what the customer before him was trying to do. For now, yes. Chapter 29. The Cub of the Peacock Clan. The two rabbit-eared sub-females were delighted. She had said that the sub-female before them wasn't that bad. "We only said a few harsh words. We didn't do anything else. It shouldn't mean losing our jobs and getting fined coins by the investigation team. Let them come over and count the coins, one by one. Make sure they count them clearly." Feng Si took the large denomination coins out of her backpack, then flipped her hand to dump the remaining coins onto the counter. The rabbit-eared sub-females felt their hearts turn cold. "Damn it, this is a pile of 2 coin and 1 coin pieces." Devil sub-female. When Feng Si walked out of the shop with the egg incubator she had bought at half price as compensation, she saw the bustling, brightly lit shops and decided to take a look around. Since she happened to be in this building, she decided to buy everything the cub would need. She walked over to the directional light screen, lowered her eyelashes, and carefully looked for the floor where infant and cub supplies were sold. Just then, the sound of two people chatting came from behind her. "Isn't this victory entirely thanks to young Master Jia? Why is young Master Shou presiding over the peace talks? What about it?" Young Master Shou is the Beast King's first male beast son, and he was born to the same female as third young Master Jun. Feng Si tilted her head slightly to look to the side. Two burly beastmen walked past behind her, their figures illuminated by the light, their shadows looking like two mutant rats stretching out their claws. Thinking of her disguised identity, she withdrew her gaze and vigilantly moved closer to the light screen. Although they are both special-grade male beasts, I can guarantee that even if you add young Master Shou and young Master Jun together, They still couldn't beat young Master Jia. That's true, but young Master Jia is currently on his way back to the main city from the border town. And the Beast King hasn't appeared for a long time. I think young Master Shou is the one calling the shots in the main city. Do you think the Beast King is? The two walked forward, their conversation fading into the distance, until their words could no longer be heard. Fengxi stepped back to her original position, looked down at the light screen in front of her, and found the floor for the infant and cub specialty shop. While passers-by were all chatting about the Beast King's family matters, she was the only one not very interested in who the next new Beast King would be. Along the way, Fengxi tried her best to avoid being near the beast men, turning left and right until she got on the escalator, and arrived at the large cub supermarket that occupied an entire floor. It contained all the supplies a cub under 3 years old could need, from baby bottles to diapers. Everything was available, with prices ranging from high to low. She recalled the cub handbook she had seen online. Male beast cubs are born in beast form, have excellent physical fitness, and are very easy to raise. They can walk on the ground and transform into human form 1 month after birth. Sub-female cubs are born with animal parts, are also very easy to raise, and can walk on the ground 3 months after birth. Female younglings are born in human form, are delicate and difficult to raise, require careful nurturing, and have very fragile stomachs. They cannot walk on the ground before they are 1 year old. And if one is not careful, they can get sick and die, similar to the state of raising a human infant. Compared to the previous 2 types of cubs, which grow up just by having some milk, female younglings can be considered a hell-level difficulty to raise. It's no wonder that females are pitifully scarce. Fengxi placed her hand on her lower abdomen, which was still completely flat. She had tested her pregnancy privately, and had not gone to the sacrificial hall for a checkup, nor did she know what gender the baby in her belly was, so it was better to buy supplies for the hardest to raise female youngling. Baby bottles, cleaning cotton cloths, bowls and spoons, onesies, swaddling blankets, socks and hats, bibs, diapers, bathtubs, towels, skin cream. The list flashed through her mind one by one. Then Fengxi was still stumped. The sub-female clerk saw Fengxi standing silently in front of the shelf and thoughtfully stepped forward to ask, "May I ask what race your cub is? I will recommend the appropriate size of supplies for you." Fengxi looked at the shelves in front of her. The cub supplies here ranged from the size of a finger to larger than an adult, and her whole head was dazed. She said guiltily, "Probably the bird race." The sub-female clerk, "May I ask if it is a small bird race or a large bird of prey?" Fengxi racked her brains. That black-haired beast man, without even opening his eyes, was already as dazzling as the sleeping mermaid in legends, beautiful as a dreamlike painting under the sunlight. He was the most handsome male she had ever seen so far. Her head lit up. It's the Peacock clan. This purchase of infant and cub supplies went very smoothly, especially after determining the race of her cub. After finishing shopping, Fengxi returned home happily, carrying big and small bags, and carefully put these things into her spatial storage as soon as she got home. In the afternoon, the 3 helpers, Mao Qiu and the others, came to the house as usual, bringing the 200 caddies of fresh meat she had entrusted them to purchase, as well as 1,000 cleaned and peeled large, plump green tubers. As soon as she got home, she had to start getting busy boiling green tubers, collecting the dried green sweet potato that had been dried, and then hanging up new green tubers to dry upstairs. She was busy until both suns had set in the west. Fengxi wiped the sweat from her forehead and sat on the sofa. Seeing the 10 large bags piled up in the living room, she felt that the hard work of this period was worth it. The dried green sweet potato will turn into bags of coins in the future. I'm so hungry. It's been such a tiring day. Let's have grilled meat for dinner. Fengxi stood up with satisfaction. However, when she took out a piece of fresh pork belly with 3 layers of fat and 3 layers of lean meat, her stomach churned and felt uncomfortable. I don't want to eat at all. I feel like vomiting. Fengxi covered her mouth and nose and only just managed to rush to the sink. She was dizzy, her hands braced on the edge of the sink, vomiting violently. It was even more uncomfortable after her stomach was emptied, and her throat burned with pain. Morning sickness is too uncomfortable. She breathed heavily with her head lowered. The previous hunger had disappeared, leaving only exhaustion, weakness, and discomfort. She just wanted to lie down right there. Fengxi suddenly felt deeply how difficult it was to be a mother. Every mother is so great. Her legs went weak, and she turned around, sliding down with her back against the sink, sitting on the cold floor. She had lost her strength from not eating for too long. This wouldn't do. But I can't eat anything, what should I do? Fengxi looked down at her belly under her clothes, and took out a piece of green wild cucumber that could be eaten raw from her spatial storage. She took one bite, and her mouth was full of astringent taste, and she wanted to vomit again. She had to move the wild cucumber away from her mouth. Looking at this wild melon, which was the size of a carrot, with a bright green exterior and a pale greenish-white flesh, an idea popped into her head. As far as she knew, sour fruit could stop morning sickness, but the wild fruits here were mostly very sweet after the long, sunny dry season, and she hadn't seen any sour food for sale in shops or online stores. Sour. I can make pickled vegetables. Her tired eyes lit up in the light. Fengxi relaxed on the floor for a moment, then stood up again, and went to the cold storage to pick through the wild vegetables and fruits she had tasted recently. Finally, she took out a thick-rooted, leafy wild vegetable and the wild cucumber she had just eaten. Let's try making pickled cucumbers and pickled wild vegetables. Let's see if it will actually succeed. Chapter 30. You don't understand cooking. The ingredients here were different from those in the modern world. To make modern-style pickled vegetables, Fengxi rolled up her sleeves, rummaged through the food stored in her home, and found some suitable substitutes. She took out a bowl of hulled yellow grains, washed them with water using both hands, poured away the first rinse, and kept the second rinse of rice water. She poured it into a clean pot and brought it to a boil. Once the cloudy rice water cooled, it was ready to be used for pickling. While the water was cooling, she washed the wild cucumbers and wild vegetables, cut them to the desired size, and set them aside to drain. After losing moisture from their skins, they looked a bit wilted. Fengxi found 2 clean large bowls, placed the wild vegetables and wild cucumbers into them separately, added a generous amount of salt, and then poured the cooled rice water over them until submerged. She covered them with lids, sealed the openings with cotton cloth, and placed them in the cold storage room. Next, it was time to let time handle the fermentation. Quick fermented pickled vegetables usually only take a few days. During this waiting period, Fengxi lost 4 jin because she couldn't eat due to morning sickness. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Fengxi, who had almost fainted while foraging, couldn't wait any longer. After being brought back by Mao Qiu, she turned around and immediately went to fetch the bowls of pickled vegetables from the cold storage room. I'm telling you, you've suddenly become so thin. You must be sick. If you're not feeling well, don't force yourself. You should go to the sacrificial hall sooner, Mao Qiu said with a look of concern, following behind Fengxi. It wasn't an illness. She was carrying an egg. Fengxi took out clean bowls and chopsticks and placed them on the prep counter. I've checked. It's just that the weather is hot and I have no appetite, so I've lost weight from hunger. Because she hadn't been here for even a month, and had only known Mao Qiu for about 10 days, she didn't have the habit of telling everyone about her private matters. Hearing this, Mao Qiu nodded. Seeing that Fengxi never ate canned food, she knew how picky an eater she was. She sat down on a high stool at the kitchen bar, and watched curiously. Fengxi was somewhat nervous as she uncovered the lid. The green vegetables had turned yellowish-brown, and a sour scent wafted out. It enticed her to swallow her saliva. By the way, do you want to try the new dish I made? It's delicious. Upon hearing this, Mao Qiu lowered her head to look at the yellowish-green vegetable leaves soaking in the cloudy water. Smelling the sour scent in the air, she said somewhat skeptically, "The leaves look like they've been ruined by soaking in water. Besides, I've never smelled this scent before. It doesn't smell as good as white cut meat." Fengxi, they are both delicious. She served a small bowl of pickled vegetables, and couldn't help but taste a small piece. The green vegetables chosen for pickling had more stems than leaves, similar to modern mustard greens, because they were pickled for a short time. The taste wasn't too sour. She gave Mao Qiu a small piece, and after tasting it, Mao Qiu's face wrinkled from the sourness. Fengxi said happily, "White cut meat paired with these pickled vegetables tastes even better." It might just make my stall's business explode with popularity once again. Tomorrow morning, please help me collect another 10 baskets of wild root vegetables. Mao Qiu felt that Feng Si's taste might be very, very strange. She analyzed the situation for Feng Si. The white cut meat currently sold at her stall already tasted good enough, and business would only decline during the cold season. Plus, with the dried green sweet potato in short supply, instead of putting this so-called pickled vegetables on the stall and buying a large batch of wild vegetables, it would be better to collect more green tubers. Wild vegetables don't store well, and beastmen don't like to eat sour things. It's possible that those pickled vegetables won't sell. Mao Qiu said. Feng Si ate another chopstick of pickled vegetables. It doesn't matter if beastmen don't like to eat them. They weren't meant to be sold to them in the first place. Mao Qiu felt her teeth ache just watching. We subfemales don't like to eat this either. I plan to sell them for 600 coins a bowl. After Feng Si said an exorbitant price, she added an explanation. The target audience isn't ordinary subfemales either. Mao Qiu opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Females? They don't like eating sour vegetable leaves either. She was now certain that Feng Si was truly sick. The young subfemale before her who could earn a large amount of coins every day, her brain was sick, and she had become delusional. Feng Si ate some pickled vegetables, and her stomach seemed to come back to life. She felt a hunger that made her want to eat. She especially wanted to eat grilled pork belly, marinated pork belly, sliced into even thickness, sizzling on an iron plate as the fat rendered out, charred and fragrant without being greasy. Paired with the pickled vegetables, it would be refreshing and cut through the grease. One has to ask, what pregnant woman, when unable to eat anything, could escape the allure of wanting something sour? This was a vast amount of data she had obtained from the modern world, which possessed so much delicious food, regarding the appetites of pregnant women during their morning sickness period. Sourness definitely accounted for a large portion. Earning money based on information asymmetry, her customers were positioned as the pregnant women of the beast world. A price of 600 coins for the only pickled vegetables in the beast world. How could that not be considered a luxury food? She slapped the table and decided. Alright, go ahead and collect them as I said. I'll go out in a while. You can just deliver the green tubers and leave them in the hallway. Upon hearing this, Mao Qiu felt worried for Feng Si, who was actually insisting on selling these exorbitantly priced pickled vegetables. Even cubs know to pick sweet things to eat, and no beast eats sour wild fruits. Yet she specifically made some kind of pickled vegetables, and priced them at an unheard-of high cost. This kind of wild root vegetable, which could be found everywhere, cost 50 coins for a large basket. Their texture was coarse, not as good as the fine-leafed vegetables, and they weren't popular to begin with. Furthermore, everyone loves to eat fresh, dewy, tender green leaves. Soaking them in water, she was absolutely certain that this food called pickled vegetables would absolutely not be welcome. Sigh, the craftsmanship of young subfemales is really unstable. It's easy for them to get big head once they start making money, she thought helplessly to herself. Feng Si saw Mao Qiu off. At noon, she made herself a bowl of yellow rice flour noodles. She kneaded it into a dough with water, and after the water boiled, she pinched off small pieces and dropped them in, adding salt and the finely shredded pickled vegetables. A large bowl of Beast World-style pickled vegetable noodle dough soup. Her appetite opened up, and she ate it all. After feeding herself, Feng Si took out paper and a pen, drew a diagram, and then took some coins and went down to the first floor. Finding the shop she was familiar with that sold porcelain bowls, she took out the drawing she had just made, placed it on the counter, and asked, I want to custom make a jar like this. Can you make it here? The subfemale with buck teeth took it and looked down. It had a wide belly, a small opening, and a rim about a finger's length from the bottom. She had never seen it before. She looked at this strangely shaped bowl. It's possible, but what are you using this jar for? Feng Si didn't say much. I want to make it half a person's height. How many coins each? And how long until I can pick it up? The buck-toothed subfemale immediately returned her focus to the main topic. Her eyes were full of smiles. Regardless of what this young subfemale was making, for her, this was a big business opportunity. Firing a jar this large requires 230 coins each. Since you want so many, I will rush the production for you. You can pick them up in 3 days. 180 coins each, and I want to order 6. You sell buckets of this size in your shop for this price, Feng Si bargained.